Hi. Hi there. Shalom. It's been a while, hasn't it? Hope you're all having a nice afternoon. Yesterday's weather was great, and now today's weather is shit. But yeah, hi. It's been a while. A lot has happened in the last couple of months. Like, an obscene amount of stuff has happened in the past couple of months. So I hope you're all doing well. How am I? I can't complain right now. But figure for today, we're gonna just we're just gonna take a game that's low energy, relax, and shoot the shit for the most part. And to do that, I'm going to scare the shit out of a lot of Smash competitive players. Minecraft. Yeah, I'm basically just going to be doing things while I chat. But look, it's the scary block game featuring everybody's favorite easily easily counterpicked top tier. But yeah, I hope you were all it's all been good for you. So how about them switch? How about that Switch 2? How about that finally getting a trailer for Pokemon Legends ZA? How about that Minecraft movie? I don't even fucking remember where I left myself. Oh, not far from my house. We don't talk about the Minecraft movie? Why not? What's wrong with the Minecraft movie? You know, lower everything. If that's the all-encompassing lot of stuff, and it's been quite a while, yeah. Well, streamed what? At the beginning of, like, around the middle of February, like roughly a week before everything started happening. What do I think of the movie? I think people are overreacting to it mostly. Not so much the people that are like throwing fucking popcorn at the screens. More so the people that are like, this is the worst fucking thing ever created, when it's abundantly clear that this is just a movie for people to just turn off their brain and have fun with. Also, I think the chicken jockey meme is funny. Yeah, let me show you my house. Or, you know, multiple houses connected to one another that's basically being turned into a multi-complex. I've I have not seen it, so I will refrain from talking about it, but I trust you and your criticism. I mean, if you can get past the chicken jockey, you'll be fine. Yeah, this is my lawn. Going through here. Currently expanding this out. Entrance to the giant chasm under my house is there. My little workstation over here. You go up over here. This is where the nether portals are. And this is where I'm currently expanding. This is the outlook bedroom. And this is the lava waterfall. I'm thinking of making that water to contrast with this. Excluding NS2 and the Minecraft movie stuff, I finally got to playing more of the backlog games I have on my current Switch. That includes Another Crab's Treasure. Good mouth. Good. Wonderful. I heard that game recently got like a DLC of some sort, and I've wanted to play it since it launched, and I haven't had the chance. This is my this is the main bedroom. This is where I do all my enchanting. Go up here. This is a watchtower that is a work in progress. That is sprite art that I made. And the current plans are to, between my friends' houses, I'm going to build a, oh, I'm just going to not do anything over there because there's a creeper that will destroy the foundation. Train stations going over there to transport between the different houses. There's Jim. We don't look at Jim. Lighthouse is going to go there. And yeah, there's probably like a good another week's worth of stuff to do. Also been playing some multiplayer. It's both Repo and Schedule 1 have been popping off. Pretty fun experience. Repo is insanely fucking fun. I adore Repo. I think I already have like close to 90 hours in Repo playing with people. It is a thoroughly enjoyable experience, even if it is completely and utterly terrifying when you play on your own. You heard that Elena's confirmed for Street Fighter 6. I have. I think that it's a little weird that they're holding off her release until the Switch 2's version of Street Fighter 6 launches. Like, you could have released Elena this month, and then, sorry, next month, and then just have the Switch 2, when the Switch 2 version releases, that's when you start doing updates or announcements for Season 3. But, I haven't seen her trailer yet. No, hang on a second. I'm gonna do a quick thing. We're gonna turn off the music, and I'm gonna substitute in my own music. There we go. But yeah, I wasn't even really planning to get back into Minecraft. A couple of my friends started playing it again. I didn't know whether or not I saved my accounts when the migration stuff happened, and apparently I did, and I was like, okay, you know what? I own the game. I'll get back to playing it, and now I've created all of this. Plus another house, which I can show you by taking a path through the nether. Apologies if I sound a little out of it. I woke up a little late today. I'm still a little bit in wake up mode. Fucking gas that spawned in here. These things. Hate those things even more. What's your thoughts on Animation Versus? I have never seen it. I also am not entirely sure what that is. Oh no. I'm just going to elect to ignore them. Played through DMC4. It was okay. Yeah, it's pretty much the common consensus about DMC4 is that it's just okay. But yeah, I also built this house. Nice little simple 2-story house. Actually, technically it's 3 stories because there's a basement. And this house is important because of this. We haven't done this yet. We're still preparing for it, but yeah, there's a direct elevator to the end portal. The friend of mine that owns this realm, he's the one that found this by complete accident. And I just built a house on top of it. Me personally, I've played Coffin of Andy and Lele Chapter 3. Oh yeah, that's a thing. I completely forgot that. Ever since that game has basically been blacklisted from the internet, I completely forgot that it even existed. It's a fighting game based on Alan Becker's animation versus animator series, and it's made by major rivals of Aether, Workshop, Modder, Muno. Well, again, never heard of it, but good for them. I hope it turns out well. Yeah, I'm glad the dev for Andy and Lele hasn't really let the internet as a whole affect how they affect their work schedule. Hello, Joe. I am the crafter. Just showing everybody. I'm showing off my stuff. And that's a guest. And those are Blaze. I need to play Minecraft. May do that tonight, but my ass is working here soon. Okay. Well, have a good day, Joe. I'll see you when you get home. That pigman witnessed everything. You say nothing. As a matter of fact. No witnesses. Get the hell out of here. Alright, perfect. Why do you not have armor on? Because it broke and I'm lazy. I'll do that now, I guess. I also have no room. There. Also, have you heard of Royalty Free For All? It's a platform fighter where the main characters come from public domain, Lancelot, Oliver Twist. It has a 60s cartoon vibe. I have not heard of that, no. Sounds like a decent premise for a platform fighter. Yeah, now that I'm a little bit more awake. How about that Nintendo Switch 2? I know the question on everybody's mind is, how do you feel about the pricing? And I'm gonna be completely honest with you. The console's price is perfectly fine. $450 for a console of that caliber is more than enough, especially when it's, objectively speaking, not the most expensive console on the market right now. And now I need to rebuild that. Well, shit. Yeah, stares at PS5 Pro. I also think that it's kind of a bad double standard that people are so upset with Nintendo's pricing when a lot of the pricing in the general video game sphere nowadays is not exactly great. And it's kind of people's fault that it got to this point. Like, everybody was fine with Sony selling The Last of Us again for like the 5th time, remastered for $70, but the moment that you give us a $70 Donkey Kong game, people literally act like you slew their newborn child. I sincerely doubt that an emulator is going to come out, and I do not condone emulating current games whatsoever. The Switch 2 is already like 4 times more powerful than any available Stream Deck, so that's simply just not going to happen. It took them like over a year to get Switch 1 games working. They're never going to get Switch 2 games working on Stream Deck. But one thing I absolutely love is I love how quickly, and I mean instantaneously, the mindset of let's boycott Nintendo for this immediately went out the fucking window the very second pre-orders became available, and it sold out everywhere. I mean, it kind of already was setting itself up to do that because it sold itself out the moment they were available in other countries before, you know, the pre-order delay happened. Like in Europe, they sold out insanely quickly. Is anyone else here expecting Sakurai to work on a Kirby's Air Ride sequel? That surprised me personally. I talked about this before with a couple of people, but I feel that this is basically... I feel that this is somewhat like enticement for Sakurai to come back and work on Smash Brothers. The thing with a lot of devs, especially like really old head devs, is that when they... You do get to treat like major projects like your child, like Smash Brothers for Sakurai, for example, and Kirby. But I feel that you work on the same thing over and over and over again, and you're going to run into burnout. It is inevitable. No matter how passionate you are about the project and the series that you work on, you're going to fucking run out of steam eventually. It is just the way humans work. So my thought process is, this is something that Sakurai more than likely this is something Sakurai pushed to Nintendo is basically a way of like, I'll come back and work on Smash, but I'd like to work on something else first. And that something else was Kirby. I think it's very fitting that we've come full circle, that the last game that Sakurai technically worked on for Kirby was Air Ride, and now he's back doing a sequel. I think it's a sequel. They haven't really specified whether it's a sequel or it's a remake or a remaster. It's just Air Riders. But I can definitely see him working on... I can definitely see him working on Air Riders at the exact same time as Smash. And I honestly think that that's exactly what's happening right now. Like, he has like a secondary director role for Smash 6, but he's mainly focused on Kirby right now. I think it was the exact same case with I think it was mostly the same case with Uprising to Smash 4. Honestly, Smash 6 could be revealed incredibly soon. I would not expect to see anything about Smash 6 until next year. At the earliest. Smash has always been a second year game for basically every console since the Wii era. And the only reason it wasn't a second year game in the Wii era was because they pushed it back because of Sonic and a couple of other things. Like, it was supposed to come out in 2007, but it got pushed back to early 2008. I suck at predictions, so I will trust you. We all technically suck at predictions, if you think about it. It also, predictions don't really mean much in the grand scheme of things because everything was already laid out long before I said that something had a chance to happen. I need to do my ZCC when I get home. I haven't done my dailies either. I haven't been up very long. The thing that I'm worried about is the newcomers. The roster is definitely going to get cut down, but the newcomers need to be good and unique enough to compensate. Do you think characters from FF will be kept? I guarantee you Cloud is base roster. Cloud is not going anywhere. Sephiroth will probably be DLC again, though. He's kind of just one of those characters that the company knows the worth of the character, and that's why in anything they're in nowadays, they're basically never guaranteed to be anything other than DLC. You know, like Virgil in Devil May Cry, Akuma in Street Fighter, Baiken in Guilty Gear. I will say, you do have to wonder if Sakurai is going to fully direct Smash 6 after Air Riders, or if he's only co-directing this time because of Air Riders. I think he is co-directing, honestly. I think that the person that is directing is essentially the person that is going to take over the series permanently after this game. and that Sakurai might still stay on as, you know, a creative consultant, but for the most part, it's basically going to be this new guy who's handling the series. And honestly, I think that a lot of people should be really happy if they're Bandana D fans, because I think that Sakurai not being the main director increases his chances of being included by like 700%. I'm also going to say that I don't entirely believe that a lot of characters are going to be cut from the next Smash. I think people really undersell how easy it can be to take the animation models of characters already completed for Smash Ultimate and translate them to a different engine. What about Sora? I don't think Sora... If Sora... I think that Sora would be DLC again, because if there's any company out there that's definitely going to push the fact that they can get more money out of DLC licensing than just base roster licensing, it's 100% Square Enix. Like, I can definitely see Sora being like the pre-order bonus character, like Piranha Plant was and Mewtwo was. If you pre-order the game, you get Sora for free, but if you don't, then you'll have to pay for him later. Something along those lines. Square wants their pound of flesh, which isn't a surprise. They are infamous for always wanting their pound of flesh. They would rather have their pound of flesh than, you know, save face with a lot of their community on a majority of their games. That's why they were so willing to do NFTs when everybody was like, can you not, please? Sora was the perfect character to end Ultimate's roster on. Considering he was the #1 character in the ballot, I completely agree. You know, assuming that information is real, because we've technically never seen the results with the Smash ballot. But I can definitely see that being the truth. Even if I do feel it's a little bit scummy that with Bayonetta they essentially lied to us. He's the #1 character. Honest. You gotta believe us. I think Bayo was a character they were always going to add, and now was the perfect time to do so. And they essentially just lied to everybody saying she was the #1 character. That's how I see it. Anyways. But back to the subject at hand about the roster of Smash 6. I do not think that we're going to see that many cuts. I think that some characters that are, you know, needless bloat will probably be gone. Like, I don't think we'll have 3 Links. I don't think they focus on bringing back Pichu. And I honestly think a lot of the Echo Fighters are probably going to get the boot too. Which, honestly, good, because, again, I stand by my belief that other than Ken, they were pretty much worthless and not exactly great additions to the game. Where the fuck did you come from? Bruh. Fucking creeper. They spawning up there? That must be where they're spawning. I have to seal that up. But yeah, I think that a lot of this characters from Smash Ultimate are probably going to stay. I would rather them focus on bringing back the animations that they want to use for the characters while adding in new moves. Or in the case of characters like Ganondorf, just completely fucking reworking them and making them something completely different. Also, if Steve is base game, you know that Creeper is 100% in assist trophy. Oh, I guarantee you Steve is staying, and he will be base game. Do people really unironically believe that if Microsoft had a chance to keep any character, that it wouldn't be Steve? Like, Steve is not going anywhere. I'm also beyond certain that the hassle of getting the block placement and crafting, like reworking all the stages for that, they'd want to do it base roster instead of DLC. Again. I love Terry. I'm so glad he's a shoo-in. Also, hello, Isaac. I'm sorry. Oh, wait, it's day. Fuck. I'm worried for Banjo. Yeah. I don't think you should be, honestly. See, the Wolves could really use the promotion with Smash. I don't know if it needs it, but I do agree that Terry should have his bomber jacket alt. Like, I don't even know why he didn't have that in Smash Ultimate to begin with. It felt like the easiest alt costume to add. It's not like they weren't willing to give fighting game characters alternate outfits, because they went and they gave Kazuya both his suit and his regular fighting outfit. What obscure pick would you like to see? Like, we're getting to a point where some of the characters that people have been asking for a long time are basically obscure because of how long they haven't been involved in video games. So I'm just gonna say, my most wanted obscure character is probably Crystal. The thing is, I don't consider Takamaru obscure anymore. He's been in like 2 Smash games now as an assist trophy, and his game is fully available to play on the NSO. Like, I don't entirely consider Takamaru as obscure. I don't even know if they're gonna put games like Star Fox Assault and Adventures on GameCube NSO when that finally becomes a thing with the Switch 2. Does 9S count as an obscure pick? I don't know if it counts as an obscure pick, but it definitely counts as a weird one considering we don't have 2B. I'm still shocked on the Oblivion Remaster Day 1 drop. Yeah, that was... I'm amazed that that game is nearly as good as it is. Been hearing rumors about it for like months on end now. Then they magically just drop a trailer for it, and they're like, by the way, we kept all the jank and it's available now. So I'm like, oh, okay. That's pretty poggers, as the kids would say. Definitely gonna have to pick up that remaster when I feel like I've played enough of the OG. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely pick that up too, probably around Christmas. Probably also around the time when I plan to get the Switch 2. I'm not getting the Switch 2 on launch day. Mainly because I can't afford it. I don't have a hoe in here. I'll work that out afterwards. Bread. Like, people are sick of Ultimate. Apparently not, because people are now talking about a Switch 2 edition for Ultimate. And while the idea definitely crossed my mind, I think that if it wasn't something they planned for launch, then it's something that more than likely is never going to happen. When's the next clear for battle? I don't know, honestly. That's kind of been the thing that's fallen out of the back of my mind while working on a lot of things recently. Yeah, back to the subject of a Switch 2 edition for Smash Ultimate. I think that if they wanted to do it at the launch of the console, it would have been something that definitely enticed people to buy it. Like, by the way, here's this new console. We're doing Switch 2 versions of games where if you have the game, you can get this new version for like $10 to $20, and it comes with all these new characters and new updates for other characters. And it's like, I'd buy it if it was real, but I don't see it being real. I also think that the money that Nintendo would lose on a Switch 2 edition of Ultimate compared to a brand new Smash in general would be way too fucking much. And again, that's another reason why I've always considered the talk of reboots to be completely and totally, like, insane. By the way, I heard Sonic XL Generations will now have an update pack for Switch 2. You have to buy the game again. Thanks, Sega. Yeah, and I heard that the physical copy is just a code. Again, I think for some games it's definitely better that that's the case. People also try to perpetuate that is literally every single Switch game, which was insane. I don't have a goddamn clue how people bought that. Most third-party games will be codes at launch, but the thing is that they tried to argue that was every single like physical Switch game. So on top of lying on how much the games cost as a whole, they also tried to perpetuate lies that all the physical games weren't actually physical games. I think it really fucking sucks that, like, every time I use the internet, I need to constantly remind myself that I am more intelligent than 97 to 98% of the people on the fucking platform. And that's not, look how smart I am. That's a, look how fucking stupid everyone around me is. Holding off on buying any upcoming Switch games until I get the Switch 2. Same. I'm waiting until the release of more than likely Metroid Prime 4 and Legend ZA before I go and I buy my Switch 2. Don't get me wrong, Mario Kart World and Donkey Kong Bonanza look like fantastic fucking games. But I don't think I'd ever buy a console for a racing game. And this is coming from somebody that, like, was obsessed with racing games in his earlier years. Like, if there's any series that I think I'm even better at than fighting games, it's racing games. Hang on, my playlist stopped. Yeah, I can't stand realism anymore. The the whole over the shoulder realistic game, like cinematic game, I can't fucking stand it anymore. Like, I feel that we have exhausted that type of game to death. I'm so tired of it. I don't want to see it again for at least another like 4 to 5 years. Like, it legitimately is that bad. Fucking surprise attacking bastard. You think Kratos has a chance of getting in the Smash? No, not really. Especially since, with the way Sony is in general with their properties, I do not expect them to ever get anything in Smash. Which is honestly good, because if there's one thing that doesn't belong in a game that's about celebrating video games, it's a company that relishes in basically destroying it. Oh, that needs more. Like, Sony is like so gone as a company. I cannot understand how that is something that people can just openly support. They've been making the same game basically for the past, I want to say it's been at least 12 to 13 years. Like, this one style of game that they're obsessed with. And the problem is that they're not even particularly good at making that type of game, because other games have come out since then that have done it better than anything I've seen from Sony. They neglect their other franchises. They are so beyond obsessed with AAA that basically the thought of any AA project basically scares the living shit out of them, and is like something they will almost never do. And I stand by the statement that timed exclusivity is legitimately the worst thing that has ever been put in the video game sphere. And we're getting to a point where even companies like Square Enix are starting to realize that that is the case. this is just speculation, but if Sony were involved, they'll probably push a Last of Us character before anyone else. Yeah, maybe. I legitimately couldn't tell you. I think that it's kind of funny that the best thing you can get technically from Sony is a character owned by Microsoft nowadays, which is Crash. That way you can have your Sony-ish without having Sony involved. Because the concept of basically representing the 90s platforming era with, you know, Crash on the PlayStation, you got Mario for the Super Nintendo and the N64, and then you've got Sonic for the Genesis and the CD and the Dreamcast. And I'm also beyond certain that Crash is going to be one of the third-party characters introduced in the next Smash. Like, it just feels so easy to implement. I'm more than certain that Microsoft would do it. Probably a hot take, but I kind of want to see Ken get replaced with Luke. If we're only going to have 2 reps. If we're going to have 2 reps, it has to be Chun-Li and Ryu. I'll make the rules, but the First Lady of fighting games should absolutely have dibs over Luke. Like, Chun-Li just straight up feels like she's missing. I don't gel with that. Nobody likes Luke. That's objectively false. Luke has definitely been a character that people have come around to since his inclusion in Street Fighter V. A lot of people didn't like Luke in Street Fighter V because he was fucking broken. Also, I want to see M. Bison and Akuma. I agree. Is it too much? No, I think that Street Fighter is a series that could definitely get, like, 4 characters. Especially if all the characters are fairly different from one another. I have no qualms with a series having 4 characters. I replaced Ken with Akuma. I don't know if I'd replace Ken with Akuma. I think Akuma's too different to be an Echo Fighter, honestly. Though technically, I guess so is Ken. Yeah, I do. One thing I want to do going forward is I think I want to do more. I want to do Smash content that's not entirely related to movesets. Like I had a couple of ideas planned for a couple of videos, mainly revolving around what newcomers could we potentially see in Smash Brothers 6, and a challenge idea of what if every franchise got another character, how would they play? I also came up with bullet points for a script revolving around basically encouraging people during the speculation period to have fun and not attempt to gatekeep the shit out of each other for stupid reasons. Right, I need perch. Elaborate on gatekeeping. You're not allowed to want this character because of an arbitrary reason that I have come up with, and that me and a lot of other people support for no apparent reason. Also, you must like what I like and only what I like, and if you don't like what I like, then I'm gonna laugh at you when your character doesn't get into the game. While also showing the pitfalls of what happens when somebody is able to essentially gatekeep characters from being speculated for games. That happens? Oh no, it happened. It's happened multiple times, and I think the worst offender is Smash 4 and Ridley. I don't think I've ever seen the collective IQ of a community drop so fucking far because of one man and some of the dumbest arguments you will ever see in your fucking life. The fact that that was allowed to get to the point it was at is just an example of how stupid people were back then, which is funny because people are just as equally stupid now. I don't think I've ever seen a character that's like, if you want this character, people are going to send mobs after you. Like what happened with Ridley. And I don't think people realize how much of a fucking bullet the speculation community dodged by Ridley being the first character announced for Ultimate. If Ridley wasn't the first character announced for Ultimate, do you have any fucking idea how obnoxiously toxic the first few months of Smash speculation for Ultimate would have been? It would have been insane. People don't seem to realize how much of a bullet we dodged with Ridley being the first character they announced. But yeah, I honestly think that the best, and this is something I'm going to talk about in the video too, the best thing to do is legitimately just don't put energy into the things you don't want to see. Focus on the things you do want to see. Because, honest to God, the moment you put emphasis on the things you don't like, you are now essentially putting yourself... You essentially now put a spotlight on yourself and now have to explain why you don't want it. And 9 times out of 10, the explanation as to why you don't want something is always going to sound insanely selfish and asinine. I want to see playable Rex in Smash. I feel that with Pyra and Mythra being the way they are, I don't know if you're ever going to see Rex. Unless you're talking about like Xenoblade 3 DLC Rex who like dual wields. That's a potential option. But like Rex as himself from Xenoblade 2, I'm not entirely sure. But you know what? If that's what you want, that's perfectly fine. And nobody should tell you not to support it. I think when you say you don't... Saying you actively don't want something, it's kind of fucking pointless. To be completely honest, because when somebody says, I want this, but then you turn around and say, oh, I don't want this. What good does that do for anybody in the conversation? Makes you look like a dick for basically immediately trying to shoot down the want of the person you're talking to. It doesn't, and the biggest thing is that it doesn't really change what happens. We're not really in control at all. The main point is that it doesn't do anything for anybody. It also doesn't help that the common reasons why a lot of people in the Smash community don't want things make next to no sense 90% of the time, or are blatant fallacies. For example, I don't understand how hard it is for people to understand that Doom's focus is not its violence. It's always been its movement, as is the case with pretty much every single shooter that's come out of the early 90s. I wish Nintendo and Sakura were open to hearing feedback from the community. Part of me agrees, and part of me is also very thankful that they basically completely and totally ignore the community. And the reason I say that is because there is a lot of people that say a lot of really, really, really dumb shit that should not be catered to. Yeah, speaking of the topic of Doom, let me give you a small story about an experience that I had over the past couple of days. Because it actually relates directly to that topic. So there are a lot of... The Smash community is known for having a shit ton of fallacies for a bunch of different arguments when it comes to why things can and can't happen in Smash. You mention anything about fighting game characters, you're going to be somebody's going to meet you with a statement of, oh, we have enough Shotos. We have enough Shotos as it is. When they classify characters like Terry and Kazuya as Shotos. And another common fallacy is, again, people saying that Doom doesn't have as big of a chance because it's a game that focuses on violence, when that is simply just not the case. And people like to push the narrative that a character like the Slayer would be better for a game like Mortal Kombat because it's a game that revels in its violence and would be better suited for that kind of game. To which I say, you are objectively incorrect. Pretty much every shooter that's come out of the early 90s, its major focus has always been movement. You're going, it's all about going extremely fast and shooting a lot of things at once. That's why Quake was such a success. Quake was a game that where movement was so integral to the structure of the game that if you were slightly worse at movement than the other person you were fighting, you're fucked. You're just fucked. Like bunny hopping and learning how to bunny hop effectively was such a massive part of those kinds of games, and that'd be continued into games like Half-Life. Bunny hopping is a massive part of Half-Life and is almost unanimously used in speedruns. The point here is that movement is a majority of the FPS genre's identity during the early days of its life cycle. And the later Doom games do a very good job of paying respect to not only the classic Doom titles, but also Quake with its movement styles. Doom 2016 was very much a run and gun, where you're constantly encouraged to be moving around while shooting. That's why a lot of the arenas in Doom 2016 were circles, so that it was easier for you to move around while shooting. In Doom Eternal, they upped the verticality of most arenas, but then they also gave you tools to handle said verticality, and they gave you, quite possibly, my favorite mobility option in any video game ever in the form of the Slayer Dash, where they essentially classify the Slayer's movement in said game as moving like a fighter jet. Yes, long story short, Doom's major focus is its movement, not its violence. That is just an objective fact. Anybody that knows anything about the Doom series will almost certainly tell you the exact same. So, I once again see somebody it's in Pizza's Discord, so you know, absolutely a place that's, you know, known for being just brimming with intelligent thought and conversation. Somebody passed along the statement that Doom doesn't have as high a chance of getting into Smash because its main focus is its violence. To which I stepped in, you know, properly corrected him and stated that the movement of Smash would be best for a game like Doom, and the gameplay loop of Doom would be best represented through a game like Smash because of how movement intensive it is as a series. Would you like to guess what the response was? It was unironically the most unhinged thing I've ever seen anybody in the Smash community do. His response was completely ignore what I said. Then he proceeded to go to the video I just released of Doomslayer earlier that week and dislike the video. Yeah. That's where we are with this community now. Unironically, the most unhinged thing I've ever seen anybody in the community ever do. I don't mind taking some fall damage, that's fine. How do you know he disliked it? Because literally, I literally checked my analytics less than 15 minutes afterwards, and there was magically another dislike on the video. Like, unprompted. Like, legitimate, like, I don't even understand how you can get to that level of just, I don't know what the terminology would be. Just, I don't understand how you can get to that point as a person. No, fuck you. No, fuck you for telling me the truth. I'm going to dislike your content now. it's not as bad as you thought. In a vacuum, it doesn't seem bad, but when you put the context together, that is legitimately like the most schizophrenic thing you can possibly do in response to being told information that's factual. Short of like doxing the person. Did he do anything like spread rumors? No, that would require him to be able to, you know, compile his own thoughts and not completely follow in the footsteps of somebody else in order to do that. In regards to the challenge you mentioned earlier, who else in Minecraft would you add? There's not a lot of other options. To be completely honest with you, while thinking up that list, I don't think I got as far as Minecraft. It would definitely have to be some form of creative liberty taken. Like, I wouldn't simply just add a pillager or a skeleton or a chicken jockey. I'd have to think about it, honestly. But yeah, the reason why I bring up that is that might have been like the final nail in the coffin for me wanting to do something like Ready for Battle, a guide on designing Smash characters, because it's genuinely at a point now where you say factual information, you are ignored completely, and then they just substitute realism with whatever the hell is going on in their minds. Like, we've gotten to a point where it's kind of insanely difficult for me to justify doing something so selfless for the community at this point. Hello, Final Mix. I mean, it's also another reason why I want to branch out and do other types of Smash-related videos. And some of which address some of this shit. Because I genuinely do care about a lot of things when it comes to the quality of these games. And I think the argument of if you don't like it, go play something else is one of the worst things ever conceived in any internet argument. Like, no, I don't want to go play something else. I want to play this. I want it to be good. And yes, I think it's completely stupid that things that shouldn't be gatekept are gatekept. No, I don't care about some imaginary trifecta that Pokemon fans have with fully evolved starters. If the fire starter or the water starter are more likely, then the fire starter and the water starter are more likely, and that's just the way it is. It doesn't matter if we don't have a fully evolved grass starter. Because if it was Gen 3, they would have chosen Blaziken. If it was Gen 8, it would have been Cinderace. And looks like Gen 9 is going to be gone by the time the next Smash comes around anyways. So, Meowscarada was like one of your only chances, and that might not be a thing anymore. Who the fuck? No. Ducking, dodging. No, they're not going to add anything from the Minecraft movie in the next Smash. They really... First off, they shouldn't, but they really don't have to. Aren't you creating a moveset for Blaziken? I am. I just, I need to save money for a model commission first. A lot of the available models for Blaziken are not very good. I've seen people complain that the only new Pokemon characters are starters, which is why I think it would be cool if there's more than one Pokemon newcomer. I think most people would agree that more than one Pokemon newcomer, like it was in Brawl, was the best way to go about things. And I don't think they're inherently wrong for wanting Pokemon that aren't starters. But there needs to be a point where people realize that there's a difference between what is likely and what they want. And that no matter how much they want something, that doesn't mean that they're guaranteed to get it. This isn't Minecraft music. This is, I think that what's playing right now is a Need for Speed compilation. Yeah. Like classic Need for Speed tunes. Called the Classics Mix. Speaking of Minecraft music, please give us remixes from main game songs. Yeah, that's something that should have never been omitted from Smash Ultimate, because I don't understand Sakurai's arguments about them being peaceful and putting you to sleep when he literally has a song in the game, song in quotes, that's literally just nature noises on the Pikmin stage. Like, you can't have that then turn around and say that about Minecraft. I'm sorry. You can't have environmental noises and then say, oh, Minecraft's music will put you to sleep. Why can't they just remix them? I don't know. I don't really want to talk about music in Smash, because the last time I did that, I got comments on the last stream I did where wanting music from other franchises basically labeled me as a Smash player that doesn't know how licensing works. I don't think I've ever blocked somebody so fast as the person that left that comment. Oh, so that's not a joke either. That literally happened. Like, my brother in Christ, I know how licensing for music works. That doesn't mean I don't want to see more music, or I can't see. I doesn't mean I can't want it. There are plenty of things I want that I'll know I'll never get, like happiness. Why does Smash only have one grappler? Technically it doesn't. You could classify Luigi as a half grappler at least, considering that's how much of a focus, that's how much his neutral focus is on it. Also, this reminds me, there's one idea for a video that I've wanted to do for a long time, but I know for a fact that if I did it, it would piss a lot of people off. And part of me is like, let the Reddit crowd rot. Another part of me is like, I feel like people already understand this enough to where I don't know if I should make a video on it. And that's the fact that I want to do a video on the topic of references and when they stop being endearing. Oh, so Bowser's an all-rounder. If anybody tells you Bowser's anything other than an all-rounder, they literally do not know the game. Because even the wiki classifies Bowser as an all-rounder. Yeah, the topic of references and when they stop being endearing is something that I've wanted to talk about for a long time. But I don't know if it's something that should be made into a video. If you can translate something into Smash, awesome, but don't force that thing unless it can be implemented properly. References should be limited to cosmetic things and taunts, which moves at focus being top priority. I think that I believe that the best place for references are places like the specials, which are designed to show off a character's individuality. Like, the biggest thing that separates characters and gives them their biggest identity is almost always their special list. And special moves being references to things they do in their games is completely and totally fine, and should usually be encouraged to be things they do in their actual games and not just, you know, stuff made up for the sake of trying to fill out a moveset. But I think that constantly having every, like, normal reference a move is a habit that a lot of games nowadays, not just Smash, not just the Smash fan base, but like actual games, you know, like Multiverses and Nick All-Stars Brawl. Like, it is a legitimate problem in my eyes. And I think that talking about how why these things don't work and when they do work, and why it's important to limit this stuff and not just have it be nothing but references, is something that the Smash community should know about, and I would genuinely argue that they don't understand very well. I'd say something like the fighting game characters having all their normal move animations be their normals in their games are fine. I mean, fighting game characters are the exception for a lot of things, and that's absolutely one of them. But the main reason why that's done is to keep, you know, familiarity with the character. Oh, you played this character in this fighting game, so you recognize what these buttons are and how they're supposed to be used. There are pillagers under my fucking house. Good job, buddy. I feel that the argument of, you know, keeping things as original as possible while limiting references is mainly only exclusive to characters that do not originate from games that have combat in it. And are not strictly combat focused. Alright, boss man. Do you think Paper Mario needs his partners for a moveset? Does he need them? No. Should he have them? Probably. One of the biggest aspects about Paper Mario, especially in the earlier Paper Mario titles, was the fact that he is essentially a tactician in like the same vein as Robin, except probably more interesting to fight against. And watch. But yeah, I think that you definitely need partners to flesh out the aspect of what Paper Mario was for a majority. Actually, no, it's not a majority anymore. Is it? I guess it kind of technically is if you count the 3 games that came after Super Paper Mario and the remake of Thousand Year Door. I guess it technically leans into the favor of the older RPGs being the majority of the series. Would you say that I would classify Paper Mario as sort of puppety? In a sense, yes. I'd say it's more of a summoner than a puppet, but considering, you know, it's a character, it's essentially a separate entity working in tandem with you while not being entirely directly controlled by you. Yeah, I guess you could classify that as a puppet in some way, shape, or form. How would partners even work for Paper Mario? I would imagine... Well, actually, this has been something that's led to a lot of rewrites, but I would like to imagine that they are essentially just ways of setting up attacks. Like, I sort of, in the designs that I came up with, I sort of lumped in the partners with stickers and the abilities that stickers and the cards and Color Splash give you as like a temporary ability you can use that gives you a unique way of controlling the field in front of you. Paper Mario's the next moveset. You guys really need to stop constantly asking me that stuff. Like, you'll get what I give you. Also, no, he's not the next moveset. Is it bad that you only want to see 1,000-year Door partners? Yes, it is. It objectively is, because not only do the partners of the original Paper Mario add a lot in terms of potential for the character, but also stuff like the pixels in Super Paper Mario also add a ton to his overall potential as a character, and I think that limiting him to just partners from 1,000-year Door does a massive disservice to not only Paper Mario as a character, but also Paper Mario as a series. I understand it's the most popular game, but that doesn't really mean jack. Favorite partners out of both parties. In the original, I feel like my favorite partner is probably... Watt. I like Watt. I think that she's unique. She's a unique design, and her abilities are really good. In 1,000-year Door, I want to say Bobbery, because it took the aspect of a Bob-omb and just made it better. Actually, I think the hand pixel, I can't remember the name. Could be Paper Mario's grab, and 1,000 fold arms could be a down smash. The pixel you're thinking of is Throw. Spelled Thorreau. I feel like the partners having their own specials, like side and down special, like they essentially be like a Monado Arts, but only changing 2 specials. That's definitely a way of taking it. It's not personally the way I would take it, because I think that Paper Mario has abilities that he should be able to perform on his own, and I think that limiting half of his specials to his partners takes away too much from his character. That's just me. Actually, technically 5 more. Honestly, big question is which partners gave him the most variety. If the partners that give him the most variety, Well, there's a lot of overlap between the two, between both games. Like, a lot of the partners, especially the ones that are based on like actual species, can do a lot of the same things. Like Goombario and Goombella are not that different from each other. Kooper and Koops are not that different from each other. Usually it's the Thousand Year Door partners that are better representative of abilities because, you know, the second game, they have more opportunities to try new things and build upon the abilities of the older partners. I think you get characters, you get like either Goombario or Goombella, I think you could interchange because the main abilities they learn for combat are the exact same. Koops, I think, is better than Kooper because the abilities he learns are more versatile. Vivian's better than Bo. Even if I do like the slapping more than the magic. And then you'd want like an original... Well, I guess if you have Vivian, that's an original species. But... probably want something like Watt, because Watt is like completely unique and has abilities that are completely unlike any of the other partners. Like, I think I chose 6 partners. I could be wrong, but I feel like I chose 6 of them. What am I doing? I cut down all my spruce trees. Probably did. Oh shit. I'm gonna have to go plant more. I'd take Bobbery over Bombat. Oh, 100%. Bobbery would be chosen over Bombat. I want an equal number of 64 and Thousand Year Door partners in Paper Mario's moveset. Yeah, that's probably why I chose 6 instead of 4. Yeah, I know they're both even numbers, but 6 allows for more options from both games. Now, hang on. I'm gonna look quickly. I'm not going to show you the document, but I'm going to look quickly and see which ones did I choose? Each partner comes equipped with 2 abilities and an FP meter. One ability will use a small amount of FP, while the second will require all available FP to use. Partners must have at least half of their available FP to use their secondary ability. Partners can be harmed, but doing so will only interrupt their moves. Harming partners will not make them disappear faster. Partners, once they run out of uses, will be cycled back into Paper Mario's sticker book and will not show up until the next hand. Will not show up in the next hand the player pulls. Partners are being designed to feel like extensions of Paper Mario himself, much like how the player has active control over both characters while playing Paper Mario, and as a result, are designed to work off of each other well. A lot of them allow Paper Mario to control space, while the ability stickers are designed to bear Paper Mario as a character, granting him options that he normally doesn't have access to. The ones that I see here, I chose Koops, Lackluster, Goombella, Admiral Bobbery, Parakarry, and Bo. Those were the ones that I chose. I'd probably also give him sushi while swimming. That list might be subject to change, though. I'm not entirely sure. Well, the biggest thing with Monster Hunter is I basically just want to make the kit more refined. Like, pick a set of weapons and stick to them. And I'm starting to think that the idea of dual blades, great sword, and bow and arrow is probably what I'm going to go with. While for Heavy, the main idea with Heavy is to make him to add to his individuality and basically make him a character that can excel on his own. Even if he, objectively speaking, is a class that requires assistance to really excel in Team Fortress 2. Actually, no. I'm keeping the medic, but I think all the other mercs are gone. Like, the medic will show up for specific things, but I believe the other mercs are being omitted. You didn't answer the question. The question I got, do you think Warden from Minecraft as an assist trophy is a good idea? About as good as any other potential mob being a assist trophy, honestly. I think if it came down to it, I'd prefer a creeper, but that works. Now, you could make the Ender Dragon an assist trophy. Something I want from the next Smash game is more bosses and a mode dedicated to them. Yeah, I'm very surprised that never happened in Smash Ultimate. That feels like something that should have happened with how many unique boss fights they added to the game. I don't understand how that game never got a boss rush mode. Also, yeah, I forgot to mention that. Thank you for mentioning that, Muscle Bob. It turns out I ended up inspiring an aspect of Sansa's moveset in Smash Crusade, which was really neat to see. And it means a lot that, that I was able to inspire them and they pinned my comment and all that. That was very, very nice of them. And I'm glad I could help. Remember where I left my spruce saplings. My top 5 assist trophies. I actually think that a lot of assist trophies are kind of like whatever, but if I were to think of what would my top 5 assist trophies be, let's see. I want a boxer from Punch Out as an assist trophy. I think that that's something that should happen. You'd have like Bald Bull or something along those lines. Like he rushes you down and he does like the bull charge and stuff like that. That'd be neat. Let them bring back the custom Robo assist trophy too while they're at it. Don't mind my chests, they're a mess. Oh, there they are. I have any bone meal. No, but I can take the bones. Basically, any large Pikmin enemy would go with Burrowing Snaggart, really. Yeah, how about we just have like a Bulborb as an assist trophy? I have no idea why the Bulborb is as big as he is on the Pikmin stage, because they're not usually that big, but I'll take a smaller one. That could work as an assist trophy. Or the Plasm Wraith, I guess, since Ochi and the captain of Pikmin 4 basically become the big new potential newcomers for that series. You know what? Bring up a good point, Pikmin. Well, they should just take a lot of the enemies from Smash Run and turn them into assist trophies. That's probably the easiest thing. Jesus. That'll do. Or just bring back Smash Run, make it a roguelike mode, but that's just me. I don't think that's just you, I think that's a lot of people. Myself included, like, hell yeah. Sorry, head to BRB, Goombella, Koops, Bobbery, Vivian, Watt, and a Pixel. Well, to be honest, I classify the Pixels as their own thing. Like, the Pixels would be part of the moveset aside from the partners. Like, Thoreau would more than likely be the grab. Dudley would more than likely be involved in a move, probably like down throw or something along those lines. What do you think they should do to spice up the combat in Smash? Super moves? No, I don't think that Smash needs super moves. The smartest, well, technically they already have it, they have Final Smashes. But the smartest thing they can do is stop trying to reinvent the wheel and put in the stuff that works. And pretty much every game that's come out of the fan sphere has proven that if there's one thing that works in platform fighters, it's wave dashing. Shit. Oh, fuck you. Okay, miscalculated. I need 3 more. Maybe a mechanic like NASB2 Slime Meter for the next Smash. Honest to God, again, this isn't just a problem with Smash in general, and the Smash community in general. A lot of communities I've noticed have this issue where very simple problems are usually met with very over elaborate solutions when it's simply just not necessary. And I see one place I see this a lot is TF2, where weapons in need of some form of like simple balance change are usually like completely revamped into these weapons and items that have no semblance of that basically look nothing or act nothing like the weapon that people knew and wanted it to play like to begin with. And Smash also has this problem of adding very elaborate solutions to very simple problems. And I think the best thing to do is simply just go with what's simple. If the simple solution works, then that's what should be the focus, in my opinion. Also, hello, Tien. Hope you're doing well. Shit. To quote Gladys, the best solution is usually the easiest one. Yeah, I mean, that's usually the way a lot of things in real life work. You know what they say, work smarter, not harder. I am unironically one of the last people that follows that way of living, but regardless. Came out a bit late, school just rung out for the day, and noticed the pixel art in front looks good. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it took me like a day to put together. I was gonna do another one sometime in the future and put it over there-ish. Is this pixel art your OC? Yes, that's a character that I've designed. She's very precious to me. But yeah, I definitely believe that in a lot of cases, it's best to simply go with what works and not rework things to be completely different for the sake of... I don't even know what it's for the sake for, because most of the time it really doesn't match nor fit. So yeah, let's just keep things relatively simple. We know things that work. They're proven to work because everyone and their mother has that mechanic in their games nowadays. Let's just bring back wave dashing and simplify it in the way that Rivals 1 did. You know, before Rivals 2 ruined it. it's for the sake of making something new and interesting, it's innovating. Well, the problem is that a lot of the time people innovate things they really don't need to be innovated, and it'd be best for things to just not change for the sake of change. And by that I mean, don't make it different because it's something that we've never seen before. Add new things that work. And 9 times out of 10 for a lot of games, you don't need to do that. How long do you think a non-damaging debuff should last for, especially if it's a character's primary objective in a fight? Asking for advice. It completely depends on what the debuff does. Because if it's something that, like, is very debilitating to your foe, you usually want it to be short so that encourages the player using it to act quickly and discourages the player suffering from it to basically throw the fucking game the moment they get hit with a debuff. So yeah, it entirely depends on what exactly the debuff does. Most debuffs you don't want to be more than a few seconds apiece. I also think there should be a limit on what's allowed to be a debuff. And I think something that completely takes away from the enemy's control is something that should not be put as a debuff. I'm writing a character that can inflict a speed debuff with his character mechanic, so long as they stand in something they put on the ground. Speed debuffs are probably the oh god, voice crack. The tamest debuff you can add, simply because for a lot of characters, they can probably bypass it by jumping. Like, generally you don't want to have debuffs that take control away from the player. Like, you don't want debuffs that restrict you from being able to use specific moves. You don't want debuffs that restrict you from being able to do stuff like jump. I think that speed debuffs are completely fine. And if they're standing in it, and they have to stand in it for a while in order to be afflicted by it, considering the fact that there's clear counterplay to it by simply just jumping, I think 6 to 8 seconds is a good time for that. Yeah, sure. I don't see why not. Although I guess it does depend on how intensive the debuff is. My debuffs aren't super drastic, so it's not a huge issue, at least I think. They're strong enough to outright prevent the opponent from fighting back. They're not strong enough to outright prevent the opponent from fighting back, rather just a noticeable hindrance. As long as it doesn't restrict the person you're fighting in a notable way, I think that that's fine. That's why stuff like reducing their weight, or reducing their damage, or their knockback, or something along those lines. Something that is passive and has no effect on them being able to move around and push buttons is usually for the best. Probably wouldn't call it a debuff, more of a status effect or a marker. I mean, technically it's still a debuff. I'd classify stuff as like poison as well as a debuff. He has a 20% reduction to attack, defense, and speed. Too much for a short debuff. If it was all of them at once, probably. If it's individually, probably not. Especially on some characters, you will not notice that much of a change. Hello, trader. Goodbye, trader. What do you have for sale? Packed ice. Water bottle, water buckets. Selling cactuses. Lime dye. And a mangrove propagule. Well, he's gonna be around here for a few days. My character has the option to inflict one of those 3 debuffs after filling up a meter on the opponent. I think that's fine. If it's something that you have to build up to, I think that also alleviates potentially long debuff timers. If it's something that you just push once and they're inflicted by it, that's usually not the most fun thing to fight. But it's also important to remember that just because something is hard to do does not mean it's inherently balanced. Yeah, burn, Zamber. I'm trying to create a ground-oriented grappler who can inflict a speed debuff to his opponents through his character mechanic to try and hinder their attempts to run away from him, while also assisting his approach by the way of his character mechanic interacts with specific moves in this kit. I think I'll stick with 6 seconds. How I've designed the rest of the characters should be enough to balance it out. I look forward to seeing it. Oh, that's from 2 different people. I'm so sorry. Your icons far away look very similar to one another. But yes, I look forward to seeing it from both of you. Apologies. The low energy day. Yeah, I remember that Spiritomb debuff. That was good times indeed. I'm definitely interested. I'm very excited, actually, to see BJ's next moveset. I really am. I think that when he releases it, I'm going to do like a reaction stream to it, where I just watch it and give my thoughts. Because hearing how much he's putting into it in terms of like, he's saying he's going back and he's like redoing, he's like giving stuff like small animations. I'm like, I'm interested. I legitimately want to see where this goes, and I sincerely hope that it's really good, because from the descriptors, this should be like a sizable step up from his previous videos, and I'm very, very interested to see where this goes. All right, I just need to now do the ceiling. I love seeing BG update his thumbnails too, but I think that he's kind of overworking himself on some things. And the reason I say that is because he stated that he wants to remake some videos, which good on him, because a lot of his earlier work is very, very rough. I feel the same way about my own work, which is the reason why videos like CCDX are even a thing. But if he's going to put the time into remaking videos, I think that he shouldn't be making thumbnails for the videos that he's going to remake. Because that kind of just creates more work for him to do when you really don't need to do it. Maybe that's just me. Like, there should be a point where you start where you feel the videos are good enough that you don't need to go back to remake them. And if you reach that point, that should be the spot where you start. And then you work your way up to where you currently are now. Who cares about the thumbnails? Thumbnails are very important. And I'm glad that he cares about the artwork of his videos enough to go back and make them. And I also give him extra props for the fact that he makes them himself. That's a big thing. Fuck, it's up there. And also I hear Jim. Jim's probably inside because of the rain. I don't see him. I hear him though. Jim just loves to just hang around and help move around things. Also, if you're wondering who Jim is the Enderman. I name him Jim. He just hangs around in my house sometimes when it's raining. The thumbnail is what draws you into the video. Probably the most important part. I don't know if it's the most important part, but it definitely is important. The most important part is probably the video structure and the quality of the content in the actual video itself. But I'm very glad that he cares enough about this stuff to put in more effort. I am very curious to know who he's doing next. And I definitely think that this next video is going to be a learning experience. mainly because of the fact that from what I've heard that he's doing, something he might be doing more than he needs to. Like, I heard something about the fact that a lot of the attacks are small animations now instead of just static pictures. And while that can be good, and there are some pretty good and like semi-animated moveset videos out there, the big thing that concerns me is the quality of the follow-through, because that's like the big thing that's the most important thing when showing a attack animation is the follow-through, which is essentially just what it looks like when the hitbox is active and when the character is moving to actually attack. The lead-in, I think, could be nice if it's shown on stuff like smash attacks, but if it's shown on everything and they're all given equal quality, it might bring down the overall quality of the actual animation itself. I think the thing that he should do is simply just do the follow-through and put as much effort into the follow-through as he can. But yeah, thumbnails are very important. I just hope this isn't like a Pokemon X and Y situation where the focus on increasing visual quality leads to a lot of things around it, but losing quality. Because that does tend to happen with stuff that focuses on only changing visuals. Like, it doesn't matter how good the animation is, if we're still doing stuff like debilitating people and like reversing their controls, or a majority of the stuff that came out of like Spiritomb, then we still have a problem. Like none of that is what. Let's just don't do any of that and you'll be fine. Sorry, stretching. I think I've done the majority of the stuff I wanted to do in Minecraft today. And I still have a little bit more energy left in me, so I'm going to pass you all a question. I can swap to a game like... I can swap to Repo and do like a solo run of Repo. Or I can potentially go and find a video to react to pass the time. Just a little something to go and rot my brain with. He's just still standing out there. What kind of video? Somebody showed me this. It's a video from Delzathan, and it's about the Switch 2 edition of Smash Ultimate. I have no idea what to expect, and I've already given my thoughts on why I think that that's basically a lost cause. Because if you're not using it to sell the system, then why not just... then why bother? I do genuinely want to do more React streams. I do. Without the alcohol. Because I threw up the last time I did that. I will say though, I do tend to like just how well Barlfan 1's concepts represent the main character series, even if it's not the most realistic thing. A lot of his concepts are creative. Well, the biggest thing is that yes, while I do agree they do a decent job of representing the series they come from. Translating the media from one form to another is absolutely probably his weakest point as a creator. Yeah, you're representing that series okay, but you're not doing a great job of taking that series and representing it, translated into a game like Smash Brothers. I like when you get really heated. I do not want to be heated. I want to try and prove that I can do those kind of videos without being heated. That's kind of the point. Like, let's not be aggressive. Let's be actually constructive. Especially since, you know, the last time I did that, it doesn't... A lot of people, well, actually, no, not a lot of people. Some people basically like ignored it and tuned everything out because of the fact that I brought something up that wasn't related to movesets, which is kind of like, hang on. There's one face. There's an iconic like meme face that Steve Carell does during like in the office. So, like, anytime I see something like that, that's basically my response. Basically my response to people basically like trying their hardest to basically accept that the creators they like have problems. Like, it's when you're being met with information like that, the last thing that you should do is say stuff like, what does this have to do with movesets? Because that basically is like showing the entire world that you're a biased individual who definitely has some issues to work out. I'm back. What did I miss? Nothing really. Just I finished a majority of the stuff that I wanted to do in Minecraft today, so I was thinking I could either swap to watching a video, like reacting to a video, or I can play some Repo, because Repo is fun. We shitting on Delson again? Not particularly. More just poking, just more so just acknowledging that there were a lot of people the last time I said anything like negative or showed anything that explicit, that basically just drowned out the information and basically did their hardest to cope with the fact that it was real. That I think drawing any more attention to it is basically a waste of time at this point. So it's kind of like, yeah, I don't really think I want to nor need to. All right, I'm going to disconnect. Going to go find the video. And we're gonna be civil about this. We're not gonna fly off the hinges. We're not gonna be angry. We're gonna be nice. We're gonna be nicer. Even if I would argue the person that made the video doesn't inherently deserve that level of respect. And then when I guess when I'm done, I'll give you guys an update on the next stuff that you can expect from the channel in like the next month. Also, I find it very funny that for some reason, I guess somebody showed off the thumbnail to my stream and it got a bunch of people. It basically outed a bunch of people for knowing about a game called Atlas because I put Angela in the thumbnail, which is which it's a good game. It's very cheap, and it's basically just a cutesy Diablo-esque. I recommend it. I think it's only like $10 ish. Somewhere around there. I could be wrong. But Atlas is a good game, and you should play it. And fun fact, Angela was actually originally in the thumbnail for the next Challenger Concept season, but I removed her. Like, I can prove that. Hang on a second. Like, the original image for Challenger Concept Season 7. Fuck. The original image for Challenger Concept Season 7 looked like this. And she was down here, and I omitted her from the image, from the original image. Simply because, to be completely honest with you, I don't know why I did. I feel like I did. Like, the reason I want to give is scene composition. But yeah, she was removed from the thumbnail, and I maybe wanted to do something with her in terms of character design, but yeah, I'm not going to give any like guarantees. Like, maybe you have a chance to maybe see it in the future. There's definitely going to be other things that are the focus. Like a majority of the other things you see in the picture. She does look a bit out of place, I agree, which is probably one of the main reasons she was removed from the image. But drawing circles fucking sucks. How do artists do this? For me, it's I use Photoshop. I just make circles in Photoshop and go from there. Even if most of the time I need to draw a circle, it doesn't need to be a perfect circle. So I just, you know, scribble one. It's like, oh, that's a head. Just build a head off of that. That works. Don't worry about it. Yeah, this video is talking about a Smash Ultimate Switch 2 edition, which, in my opinion, again, really doesn't make a lot of sense to release anywhere other than the launch of the console. Like, if the console isn't launching with a Switch 2 edition of Ultimate, chances are high you're not going to see a Switch 2 edition of Ultimate. Excuse me. I think that the idea of a Switch 2 edition for games is fine, and that it's probably not going to be something we see for the console probably after next year. Like, I think that with Tamagotchi Life and Rhythm Heaven confirmed to be coming out for the Switch 1 as well, they'll get Switch 2 editions. But other than that, I can't see them going back to release Switch 2 editions of other games especially ones that we know are getting free updates to basically run better as a game itself. Like Mario Odyssey is getting a gameplay revamp for free that will probably make it far more stable and not drop frames in certain spots. Scarlet and Violet are both getting that too, which will probably make the games insanely more fun to play and far, far less buggy. But I think the concept of Switch 2 games is something that's probably going to die out within the second year of the console, because after, there's probably going to be a point where they stop making games for the original Switch, and Tamagotchi Life and Rhythm Heaven might just be the point where they're like, yeah, this is the end of the Switch's lifespan. Or not. I couldn't really tell you. That they can easily still keep making Switch games to keep making money on the Switch. Why do you think PlayStation still makes so many games for the PS4? I would like a Switch 2 update for A Hat in Time. Its Switch port wasn't the best. I don't think that's something that you really need a Switch 2 update for. Just release the game on the Switch 2, and if you own it from Switch 1, you get to play it on Switch 2, and it's probably just going to run better because of more powerful hardware. That's just me. So yeah, the concept of a Smash Ultimate Switch 2 edition, as of right now, really doesn't make much sense. I definitely don't expect them to release a Switch 2 edition for Smash Ultimate and then release a completely new Smash game down the line. First off, I think that even though it would probably make them more money, it more than likely isn't something they would go for. The smartest thing they could have done was launch the Switch 2 with a Switch 2 edition of Smash Ultimate that comes with some new characters, and the idea would be that the new characters that you get in the Switch 2 edition of Smash Ultimate are guaranteed to be in the next Smash game that will be coming soon, that will be coming later in the system's lifespan. It'd basically be like a teaser for what's to come, like what they did with Luke in Street Fighter V. But since we're not getting that, I don't see them just releasing a Switch 2 edition of Smash Ultimate in the second year. But that's just me. I'm so glad that Scarlet and Violet are getting an update of some kind for the Switch 2. Just wish Legends Arceus could have gotten the same treatment. I think Legends Arceus is getting an update. The same update as Scarlet and Violet. They had a list of games that would be getting free gameplay updates. I know Odyssey was one of them. Scarlet and Violet were also there. Arceus might have been there too. I could be wrong. But I know there is a list for that somewhere. But anyways, video is about 20 minutes long. Let's begin the video. Remember, being nice here. We're gonna be nice. I promise. I promise to try. I promise to try. Proceed.
Switch 2 presentation came and went with a big surprise in there. The reveal that Kirby Air Ride was getting a sequel over 20 years later shocked everyone. The reveal of the game's director made some people nervous. Not for lack of trust, Sakurai has proven himself several times over, but if he's working on a Kirby game, that makes the immediate future of Smash Bros. Rather complicated.
Not entirely. We've had many instances of, especially flying game developers, working on multiple games at the exact same time. Like, for example, Harada directed Pokken at the exact same time he was directing Tekken 7. like they came out within, well, Tekken 7 technically launched first in 2015 in arcades. But he would continue developing for that game while also working on Pokken, which would release in arcades roughly around the same time, and also then release on home consoles. Funnily enough, Pokken was developed arguably after Tekken 7, but got to home consoles before Tekken 7. Because Pokken came out in 2016, while Tekken 7 came out on home consoles in 2017. So it's not impossible for a developer to be working on two different games at the exact same time. That's also thankfully why that's probably also why a lot of characters in Pokken carry over so many Tekken aspects, because he was working on Tekken at the exact same time he was developing Pokken. Maybe, just maybe, that means that the focus on new modes or maybe, expanded city trial in Kirby Air Ride will lead to an expanded Smash run in Smash 6. Yeah, that's mostly just cope, but maybe, hopefully, I pray to fucking God.
Ultimate's been nice and all, but it's fallen off over time since its DLC wrapped up, and some deep-seated problems have floated to the surface over time, especially competitively. With Sakurai off doing something else, are we stuck waiting even longer for the next game than we
Steve's not a problem. Just counterpick him. Play Sephiroth. Or Sonic.
thought? Actually, by some twist of fate, another path has opened.
I'm also beyond certain that none of the problems in that video are actually like real problems with Ultimate that people usually point out with the game.
That wasn't there before. The presentation also showed off Switch 2 editions, upgrades of Switch 1 games that offer enhancements and, sometimes, new content. With a handful of games getting this feature already, could Ultimate be next? It's a more complex question than it sounds. So, let's take the plunge. Could it happen?
Odd choice to just have somebody jump off a bridge when talking about speculation for Smash, but I don't. Well, I've already voiced my opinion on why I think Smash Ultimate probably isn't getting a Switch 2 edition. And also, I don't think that has anything to do with copyright. I think there are very few companies that would have a problem with the licensing for a Smash Ultimate Deluxe if the opportunity arose. But yeah.
How could it work?
I don't know why this shot was chosen, but it's interesting.
And what new content could potentially accompany it? Okay, first things first. How do we know we're actually onto something with this?
We really don't.
Reason to think they could upgrade Smash Ultimate, or that something is being worked on right now?
A lot of things in Smash a lot of things around the Smash community in general, the thought of it, if it can happen, really doesn't go anywhere 80% of the time. We just see that another game got it, and we think, maybe Smash will get it. And that's pretty much all it boils down to.
Actually, yes. Well, maybe. Who here remembers Bandai Namco announcing a new two-part studio dedicated to collaborative projects with Nintendo? You know, Studio 2 and Studio S? You can imagine which half raised eyebrows. Well, with Sakurai making
obviously.
Namco is behind Kirby Air Riders, the safe guess would be the new studio is behind it. Or half of the studio. Because we've reason to think they're working on two projects. In late 2023, some obscure job listings went out for two vaguely described Bamco-developed games. One a 3D action game, one a 2D game, both under the mysterious new studio. The 3D project, in hindsight, was probably Air Riders, but the 2D game is still unaccounted for. 2D gameplay under...
I would also like to state that I still wholeheartedly believe that the design document that Sakurai built in June of 2021 was Smash 6. I definitely do believe that. I do not think that it took them nearly 4 years to develop Kirby Air Riders. I think that Smash 6 has still been in development since 20. Actually, no, it would have been in development since April of 2022 because that's technically when he said he had a grace period in between when the project was given to Nintendo and when the project actually starts, which is how he was able to make his channel in the first place. So roughly since April of 2022, I think that's the point when Smash 6 started development. Kirby Air Riders probably was something that came along afterwards. I could be wrong, but I think the timing of that design document is way, way too close to Ultimate from Smash 4 to be a coincidence.
Studio S working with Nintendo, you can see why it has some folks thinking. But wait, could Smash still be in the cards if Sakurai's tied up making Air Riders? He said
Yes.
before that he has trouble imagining the series sailing on without him at the helm to guide it. But that's where a Switch 2 edition would come in.
Not really.
Project that updates an already finished game with potentially new content in tow could be easier to oversee as a producer or supervisor while directing a different game. We've seen others do it before. Back in the mid-2010s, Tekken series head Katsuhiro Harada directed Tekken 7 and produced/supervised Pokken Tournament,
No, he was also a director on Pokken Tournament.
games that
He was one of two directors,
came out within half a year.
which is pretty much what I expect Sakurai to also be on Smash 6.
Of each other and were developed mostly at the same time. Who's to say Sakurai, an infamous workaholic, might not be doing something similar? So this means Smash might be on the table after all. Maybe they're hard at work under a new director, with Sakurai ducking in from next door every now and then to make sure nothing's caught on fire. And if they'd rather Sakurai direct the actual Smash 6 personally, maybe that side team is working on a Switch 2 edition upgrade instead. Maybe this is even why Nintendo was fine with offering Sakurai a proposal for a Kirby Air Ride sequel way back in 2021.
I don't think it was. I still stand by my statement that was not Kirby Air Riders.
And why he was so enthusiastic about it. Admittedly, this part's about 40% insight and 60% speculation. I can read between the lines, but I'm not some kind of prophet. But hey, maybe my educated guesswork is onto something. Maybe. Possibly. Hopefully? Alright, if it is
I'm gonna hold my
possible,
tongue.
then
I'm holding
how
my
do
tongue.
you just restart development on a game that hasn't been worked on in ages? Our best bet is looking at other games that have done it. Among fighting games particularly, it's pretty rare and usually involved a re-release, but it's not unheard of. Street Fighter is no stranger to updated versions of its games. Street Fighter 2 had multiple expansions.
Well, that is a very, very different circumstance and also a very, very different climate compared to today's day and age.
So this might not be the best comparison. They
No,
were all in
it
development one after
really
the other,
isn't.
unless you count that 2017 anniversary version. Street Fighter Alpha 3 got a few extra characters in later ports to the GBA and PSP, though that might not compare well either. The series had moved on to other games by the time those were made, and they weren't designed with the usual competitive metagame in mind.
I don't think you know enough about these games to say that, but continue.
On the smaller end, we've seen a couple indie fighting games pull it off. Skullgirls restarted development once after changing hands, and Rivals of Aether added Steam Workshop compatibility out of nowhere, though that game was still doing maintenance updates, so it wasn't totally dead. Maybe our examples from past fighting games aren't very clear-cut. So what about other Nintendo titles? Oh yeah, this exact thing happened with the Booster Course Pass. After Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was left untouched for years, suddenly it had 6 waves worth of DLC on the way. A lot of the tracks were carryovers from Mario Kart Tour, the mobile spin-off developed in the interim, but at least a handful weren't. Hell, if you squint a little, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe itself might be an example, despite being a port. It came out around 2 years after the original version's DLC wrapped up. And outside of Mario Kart, Nintendo Switch.
I'm trying to remember how much Deluxe added. Like, from what I can remember, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe added like one new character, which is technically half a new character, but basically included all the DLC from Mario Kart 8, and that's pretty much what it was. So I don't know if that's really an apt description That's like essentially saying that Smash Ultimate Switch 2 Edition is going to have everything the exact same except one new character for $20.
Sports finally added basketball a year.
They mainly improved that battle mode. I guess that goes to show how little I touched battle mode because I, for the life of me, couldn't tell you what it was like. What it was like in okay, wait, no, technically, okay, they added two characters, or technically two costumes. They added a Golden Mario and they added Breath of the Wild Link. Okay, yeah, I guess that goes to show how little I touched battle mode because I could not, for the life of me, tell you the differences between Mario Kart 8 Vanilla's battle mode and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe's battle mode.
And a half after its last major update, and more than a year after its last cosmetics were added. The fact that Nintendo has sort of kind of done this before.
I also think that there is a massive divide between just making cosmetics and making fully designed new characters. A lot of the new characters that they added into Mario Kart 8 Deluxe basically pulled animations from like World Tour. Maybe they were refined a little bit to look better in the HD setting of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, but for the most part, it was very much a cut and paste job. So I again don't think that taking cosmetics for the most part is really a good comparison. If you want a better comparison, you probably want something closer to like Ultimate Mario vs. Capcom 3 to vanilla. That's probably the best thing. Even if, even if Vanilla Marvel 3 and Ultimate Marvel 3 released within 8 months of each other. But we don't talk about that part.
4 had people wondering for a while if they'd pull a Mario Kart 8 Deluxe again, releasing a port of Ultimate with some extra content and just having that be the Switch 2's Smash game. But with the Switch 2...
It also doesn't help that the amount of time it would take to create content for a game like Smash is so much greater than a game like Mario Kart. There's so much more thought and time that goes into even making a single character. They want to make a single character that's never been in a Smash game from the ground up. That's gonna take some time. And a lot of, people working back and forth to come up with ideas. Requires all those poses from that one model that Sakurai owns. It requires a bunch of people on the animation side to animate the character into existence. And then you gotta get people to play test it, and you gotta get people to work around with intervals and move around like damage numbers and stuff like that. There's so much more that goes into just making a single character, I'd argue, for Smash, than a lot of these like extra cosmetic DLCs for games like Mario Kart. Like, it legitimately takes a lot of people, it takes a lot of people and a lot of man hours. If it really was that simple, I feel like they would have done it. But looking at the scale of which the scale of the DLC to stuff like Kirby and the Forgotten Land that they're adding, I don't see them adding like 10 new characters for $20 worth of, for a $20 price tag, essentially. I really do not see like 10 characters for a $20 price tag. Or, $80 if you're buying it new. But so many people own Smash Ultimate that it's almost definitely going to be $20 for a majority of people, which in turn leads to a lot, and I mean a lot, of lost revenue.
Being backward compatible and capable of giving Switch 1 games next-gen upgrades, the playing field has shifted somewhat. The question now is, considering the ways they've updated games before, would a potential Switch 2 edition of Ultimate be our Smash title for the new system's lifespan? Honestly, I'm
No.
not much a fan of the idea. Like I mentioned before, the game has some problems that a simple update wouldn't be able to address. Being stuck with those same issues glaring at us for an entire second console generation would be not ideal. Especially when so many Smash veterans have shown more blemishes over time, with outdated or poorly implemented movesets that just don't reflect who they've become by now.
I I think that is a lot of that is hyperbole, but continue.
A Switch 2 edition of Ultimate would not be equipped to overhaul any veterans the way a true sequel would. Imagine.
To be honest, a true sequel wouldn't be enough to overhaul a lot of veterans either, and even then, I don't think that any character other than Ganondorf needs to actually be overhauled. Maybe Lucario, but the most everyone else just needs like slight tweaks and maybe a new move or two. Again, the Smash community I've noticed has a lot of the same issues as the TF2 community when it comes to just simple, just the way you fix things are almost always way more simple than people give it credit for. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. Don't go out of your way to change things that frankly don't really need to change. Just tweak a couple of numbers, give a couple of characters some new moves, and you're pretty much fine. Like Donkey Kong, a majority of his moveset is fine. Give him some new specials, he's perfectly fine. Samus, majority of her moveset is perfectly fine. Especially since we're now going back to the slower Metroid style of Metroid Prime, I can see that being a reason why they don't change her very much in the next Smash. You can, if you want to represent that faster aspect of the 2D Metroids, you can add a character like Ravenbeak. But I think for the most part, you don't need to add very much to Samus to make her a far more fulfilling character. Kirby is completely fine. I don't even know why he's here. Luigi, basically just revert him back to Smash 4 Luigi, and you're pretty much fine. Wario, add a couple more things from Wario Land to even out with the WarioWare stuff, and you're pretty much fine. Sonic, you could give him some new moves, but a majority of the problems with Sonic aren't his fault, and he should not be blamed for the general issues of modern Smash design. And Lucario's mechanic is so fucked. Lucario's mechanic is so unbelievably fucked that maybe that needs to be changed in some way, shape, or form. But a lot, and maybe, make his normals look a little better visually. But other than that, Ganondorf's the only character on this screen right now that absolutely 100% needs like a serious overhaul. Lil Mac, in my opinion, is also a character where you can just add a couple, like tweak some numbers, give him a new move or two, and that will add so much to his gameplay. Like, get rid of the fact that he sucks in the air. Make it so that he's far more ground-oriented. He's already ground-oriented, but literally make it so that it feels more natural and literally not just like all or nothing, because frankly, all or nothing designs in Smash are generally not very good. So yeah, why is Lucario badly designed? I like playing him. I mean, you can like playing bad characters, but Lucario's main issue is the fact that Aura doesn't really work very well. It is abundantly clear that this is a mechanic that has been a problem since its inception, and is almost certainly the reason why Rage got like nerfed into the floor in Smash Ultimate. Because Lucario basically abused the living hell out of it in Smash 4. It's essential. It also is a mechanic where there is no actual feedback from the player, and there's no way for the player to control the aspect of taking more damage in order to increase their power. There are many, many instances of characters in fighting games that like sacrifice a bit of health in order to do more damage. Like that is a very, it's not super common, but it's definitely been in enough fighting games to be like a staple of the genre. And the fact that you as a player have no control over the damage you're dealing as Lucario, you have no way to increase the damage, you have no way to do anything with the actual mechanic, that is bad design. If Lucario was able to if Lucario's player was able to actually control how much damage they were taking, like, to themselves in order to increase their self-damage and basically have better control over their overall damage output, it would be so much better for Lucario as a whole. Like, again, the major issue with Lucario is simply just the fact that his player has no control over his central mechanic. And simply waiting to take damage is not fun or intuitive for the player. It is basically just a comeback mechanic with no semblance of control. And I really, really do not think that is an aspect that should be brought into the next Smash. That needs to change in some way, shape, or form. Also, Olimar needs to be fixed, but they're never going to even touch him. Olimar is also a character that I think doesn't really need very much to change for the best. You give him a new move, you change some aspects of how Pikmin work, make the flower Pikmin more impactful so that there's more of a reason to keep them alive, and you already have a character there that's so much better than the one that's already in the game. Like, it is so easy to fix Olimar. It really is. What is your opinion on Bowser Jr.? Bowser Jr. is hindered by the fact that he's attached to 7 other characters. If they got rid of the Koopalings and gave him more things to do with paint, he would be a much better character design. Do you think Bowser Jr. works better as a Koopa Clown's car moveset or using his paintbrush? I think he should do both. I think that he should use the paintbrush in the place of hammers. I think that he should have more moves, implement paint in some way, shape, or form. And I think that he should drop the Koopalings so that he can focus more on being himself and in turn improve as a character. The idea of a character being 8 characters in one was a nice novelty during the days of Smash 4 when 8-player Smash was first being introduced. It was obvious from the moment they announced 8-player Smash that they were definitely going to have a character that could take advantage of this in some way, shape, or form, and that character was Bowser Jr. But now that we're past that, I think it'd be better if Bowser Jr. became his own character and left the Koopalings behind. If they want to include the Koopalings as like a semi-clone of some sort, the first character in the game to have 7 colors, and they like add more unique Koopaling things to them to make them their own character, I'm perfectly fine with that. But as it stands, Bowser Jr. needs to actually be allowed to be Bowser Jr. in order to improve his character design, which I don't think they're going to be doing anytime soon.
Samus being stuck with her Other M design and outdated kit for another.
Well, to be honest, again, Samus's kit is not nearly as outdated as people give it credit for. The design, yes, I have no idea why we did not get the Metroid 2 remake Samus as a design, because that was the latest Metroid game going into Smash Ultimate. But other than like changing her design to probably fit Metroid Prime 4 now, which is probably what they're going to go for, and honestly, while I am a big fan of her Dread design, I do think that going with the classic Varia suit look of Metroid Prime is probably better to represent the character Samus as a whole. I, again, don't think too much of her kit needs to change. If you implemented a way for maybe her to be able to move around while shooting, that'd probably feel better. Like, you can shoot, like, rapid blasts with your arm cannon by mashing the B button while moving forward, or something along those lines. Charge Shot, maybe make it a little weaker, but much faster. Make it much better as a combo tool. Like, Samus's huge thing in Smash, especially in Smash Ultimate, is that she's essentially like the set play queen. She wants to put you into a place where you're blocking her missiles, and then she's going to shoot a charge shot at you that's either going to break your shield or going to kill you. And if you block if you block it and your shield breaks, then she's going to kill you with like a forward smash or something else along those lines. But maybe just changing how charge shot works, maybe giving her like a full morph ball form is probably better than just down special being morph ball bomb. But again, those are only like 2 changes. Everything else underneath those 2 changes are just tweaking numbers. You want to make her feel a little faster and a little heavier, those are literally just tweaking a couple of numbers. And add melee counter so she can hit you with charge shot if she lands it. Melee counter is... I've kind of struggled on where I want to put melee counter in a moveset. You could easily just make it her parry animation. But there's definitely ways to improve Samus's kit as a whole without literally stripping her down and changing her into something else. Because while, again, the 2D Metroid games, especially ever since Fusion, have been very, very fast-paced and make Super Metroid Samus look like a slow, clunky jalopy, I think that having a character that's, I think, representing her Metroid Prime self by also, she's still pretty slow, but she's more focused on firepower is a better design. I would not make the melee counter 3 different moves. I would keep it to 1. It feels weird to make an animation that would look like an attack just to be a parry animation. Well, technically, the melee counter is a parry. Like, it is a parry system. So the parry, the perfect shield parry being the melee counter isn't exactly too far-fetched. They need to make parrying more rewarding in Smash in general. Like, the way perfect shields work in Smash Ultimate is objectively the worst in the entire series. So that's something that could be improved. And I think that characters should get more rewards out of perfect shields. And actually parrying moves. But that's a different story for another time. Samus, for the most part, is like 90% fine.
7 years, or Sonic being stuck with the many problems he currently has.
Sonic's problems are not really Sonic's problems. Sonic is the phlogistinator of Smash. People that play TF2 will understand that reference. Those that don't, oh well.
Good thing that might not be the only way to handle this. What if instead of taking after the base game of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, they did something in the style of the Booster Course Pass? What if they used a Switch 2 edition of Ultimate as a stopgap? Mario Kart World is set to launch about 1.5 years after the BCP wrapped up. What if Ultimate gets another round of content to hold fans over, then Sakurai helms the actual Smash 6 once development on Air Riders wraps up? Sure, we'd still have to deal with Ultimate's bigger issues for a while, but it wouldn't be as long as going...
The biggest problem, again, is the amount of time they would take to make the characters. Unless they are taking the exact same animations that they're going to use in Smash 6 and putting them into Smash Ultimate as basically a teaser, again, like a Luke in Street Fighter V situation, I'm not entirely sold on that being a good idea, nor something that would, the amount of time it would take to do that compared to probably every other Switch 2 edition would be so obscenely long. Especially if they've only got like a couple, like how big is the team developing this? That's the real question. How big would the team developing a Smash Ultimate Switch 2 edition even be? Like, I would imagine it's nobly smaller than an actual Smash development team. So that's all that work being put on a smaller group of people, which would more than likely mean they would take even longer. And I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, it's a great pipe dream, but this is clearly from a mindset that isn't very familiar with, the video game development pipeline. And usually smaller teams equals things take so much longer to get done. That's why you see these small development teams for Smash Ultimate mod characters, and these mods take them like years. I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be that bad, along with the fact that the people that work on the actual games are far more experienced with animation than the people that work on Smash mods are. But that's besides the point. That's still a lot of man hours for a very small team. So, nah.
The entire console generation. This would also have a hidden upside. Several Nintendo characters lately have gotten big reworks or expansions of their abilities, some from recent Switch 1 games, some coming to the Switch 2. Doing a stopgap update now, with Smash 6 coming.
No, boss man, I completely agree with you. I think it's best to just leave Ultimate as is and learn from it. And learn how to improve on it going forward, because while people think that like Ultimate is the point of no return for Smash, there's so many things that future Smash can improve on that Ultimate completely fumbled on. Like single player content, giving characters new tools, stuff along those lines. There's a lot of stuff that can be improved with Ultimate going forward that it's very easy to make a brand new Smash game and still have it feel substantial next to a game that was essentially the greatest hits of the series. What did we miss? It's basically just talking about how a lot of characters don't really need as much of a change as people give them credit for, and that most characters just need like a couple number tweaks and maybe a couple new moves. And the only character that really needs to be like overhauled is Ganondorf. Like that's I feel that most people would agree that Ganondorf is like the one character that's just like so far gone that like you need to do something with him. You can't just keep adding more things to an objectively bad design to begin with. You need to give him something completely brand new. And I wouldn't be surprised if Ganondorf just ends up being the Zelda newcomer in Smash 6 because he's so completely different. And also the fact that Smash Brothers as a whole, there's so much more you can do with it than people give it credit for.
Down the road.
Also, development time for smaller teams is obscenely long compared to bigger teams.
Would let the latter incorporate all of these new changes. Seriously, imagine Samus with abilities from Metroid Dread and Prime 4, or Peach getting...
I don't really know if Samus needs abilities from Metroid Prime 4 and Dread. Again, you just revamp her numbers, give her a better charge shot that feels more in line with the charge shot that's seen in the games. Maybe up her mobility and make her a slightly, like, increase her gravity, like, a decent amount so that she's probably, like, in line with Metroid Prime. Maybe not as far as Dread, but as, like, Metroid Prime gravity. And I'm like, that's more than enough for Samus. I also don't think that you need to give that to Samus. I have a theory, and this isn't proven, but I genuinely believe this is going to be a thing. First off, I think you could represent a lot of the things in these new games with newcomers. For example, Metroid Dread, you just add Ravenbeak. Ravenbeak is a very important character to the overall story of the series, even if he's only in one game. He has a very distinct and interesting playstyle, and most importantly, he is representing an aspect of the Metroid series that no other character can, and that is the Chozo, which are extremely important to the overall story of Metroid as a whole. With Metroid Prime 4, the obvious choice is Psylocke. I personally believe that Psylocke is going to get the same psychic powers as Samus, and that there's going to be a big psychic duel between Samus and Psylocke near the end of the game. Or maybe he's the final boss. You're going to have like psycho duels with psychokinetic duels with Psylocke at some point in Metroid Prime 4. I'm legitimately willing to put money on that being a thing. So if you want to include the psychic abilities, you can go with Psylocke. If you want to include Metroid Dread's, composition of abilities, you can go with a character like Ravenbeak, who also in turn represents aspects from Samus Returns through stuff like lightning armor. Samus should not be... The problem with a lot of characters is that people want them to be the latest hit. They want them to mainly represent the latest hit, when these characters with these long histories should represent their series as a whole and not just focus on a single game in the franchise. Mario should not focus on just one game. Samus should not focus on just one game. Link should not focus on just one game. I am still salty that they took away Claw Shot.
To use more stuff she picked up in Showtime, or DK being able to pull a chunk of rock out of the ground and throw it at people. The Smash community is still divided on what they want the series to do next, but if these developers pull it off right, we could get both: a last hurrah for Ultimate's monumental roster, and a new game that does its own thing, if the stars align. So, if this could work as a stopgap type update, what might a Switch 2 edition of Ultimate look like? To get a clearer idea, let's look closer at every first-party Switch 2 edition that we know of so far. Super Mario Party Jamboree is getting a bunch of new stuff via the add-on Jamboree TV. Entire new modes and side games designed around the system's mouse mode, camera, and microphone, all under the premise of Bowser hosting a game show.
I would agree, Pikmin, but the problem is that shield specials are generally next to impossible to do in the air, and Marth should be allowed to counter in the air.
And not a single Bowser Revolution to be found. Oh, and party mode's also getting the camera and mic functionality, so you can see everyone's reactions when Chance Time makes you trade stars with the person in last. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are getting big graphics and performance updates. All those spots that made the Switch 1 struggle are looking smooth as silk now.
To be honest, a lot of people also misinterpret this. You'll still be able to play these games on Switch 2 with much more stable frame rates than you would on Switch 1, even if you don't get the Switch 2 edition. You're not essentially paying for stability, you're paying for basically everything else around it.
A companion phone app with a bunch of quality of life features and extra lore. Kirby and the Forgotten Land has a whole new set of stages on the way. A strange meteor shower, including what looks suspiciously like a Jamba heart, is crystallizing parts of the new world, and it's up to Kirby to discover what's going on and rescue any wayward aliens. And Metroid Prime 4 and Pokemon Legends ZA will have Switch 2 enhancements once they're actually out. Pay a little extra and play it on the new hardware for higher resolutions and frame rates.
I don't think I could stomach playing either of those games on Switch 1, knowing how good they look on Switch 2.
You'll have to take my word for it. I'm still
These two are the games that are going to push me to buy the Switch 2 later this year.
Stuck using underpowered tech for my videos until I'm in a better spot financially. In other words, there are multiple paths to Switch.
So I do realize I'm going to have to buy a new graphics card. Fuck. And Elgatos go for so much nowadays. God damn it. I don't think the HD60 is going to be able to output fucking Switch 2. If it can, I'll be very thankful, but I'm not expecting it to do so.
2 edition of Ultimate could take. The simplest would be just buffing the graphics and calling it a day. This option doesn't feel very likely right now, in my opinion. Not only would that be so...
I also don't think the graphics of Smash Ultimate really need to be up that much. Smash Ultimate, for the most part, looks very, very good. And the animation quality especially is something that I think they could easily take from this game to the next game to save a lot of time on developing veterans, which is a personal reason why I believe that a lot of veterans are pretty freaking safe going into Smash 6.
blasé that fewer people would pay for the upgrade, the only Switch 2 editions announced so far that only have enhanced visuals are the two whose base games aren't out yet. They're basically
I also don't think you're going to get very much out of Smash Ultimate running at 120 frames per second.
cross-gen titles in the form of a next-gen patch, which would not apply to a game like Ultimate that's been out for over 6 years. Well, what if they add a little more? Something smaller but meaningful, like what the Zelda duology are getting.
The smartest thing that they could add to a Smash Ultimate Switch 2 edition are new single player modes. Like, they could add, I think the best thing that they could add is like a Melee-esque adventure mode built off of assets from World of Light, essentially turning World of Light into an adventure mode. So you have the World of Light mode on its own, but you also get an additional mode that's that gives you an option to play it basically like adventure mode. You get like a bunch of different stages. They can bring back all the models and animations from Smash Run, put them all into an adventure mode for World of Light. You keep all the boss fights the way they are because frankly a lot of them are fine and really don't need to change. And then on top of that, you add in a mode that allows you to do a boss rush. So fight all the bosses in a row. Maybe also add in like a new boss or two as well while you're at it. That'd also be really neat. But I think for the most, oh yeah, also Bear Online. I feel like that goes without saying. Like, if Smash Ultimate Switch 2 Edition literally just came with rollback netcode, I feel like people would buy that in droves. That alone is so much. And you know what? I think one of the things that made me the happiest about the Switch 2 presentation is that the dock finally has an Ethernet port. Like, I looked at that, I was like, yes, finally, finally, Ethernet port.
They give Ultimate another round of spirits and spirit battles, more alternate costumes, whether for the Miis or more.
Argue they should bring back the target test. They should bring back a lot of classic modes. And you know what? You had like 5 to 6 characters. You bring back a couple of classic modes. You give a new adventure-esque mode to World of Light. It reuses a lot of stuff, but it also feels nice and fresh, and it's a better way to experience World of Light as a whole. And yeah, I think that would do extremely well. You can name it Smash Ultimate Edition.
Substantial alts for other fighters?
Ultimate Smash Ultimate.
In custom stages, like a dedicated app. Something to sweeten the deal of dropping $10 on an upgrade. Sure, that might get some people to bite, but that doesn't explain everything we've heard. If the new Bamco studio has been working on 2 projects at once for over a year, what are the odds of the second just being minor additions to an already existing game? Wouldn't you figure it'd be something more substantial if they were going out of their way to hire new staff? Which brings us to the path I think is more plausible. A bigger upgrade akin to Kirby and Mario Party that brings DLC level content with it, which could take a lot of forms. One of Ultimate's weak spots is how shallow its single player content is, so adding new solo modes could really appeal to people. Smash Run can make a return, or a full set of event matches, or maybe they could finally
event matches coming back would be really neat.
Their own target tests. No, I will not shut up about that idea because it's too perfect. Maybe
I also think every character. I also think every character having like their own target test level, like they did in Melee. Maybe not like 5 of them, like there was in Brawl, but just like 1 per character that's specifically designed for that character would be fine. I'm perfectly okay with that, and I think everybody would be happy to see Break the Targets come back in some way, shape, or form that isn't an Angry Birds mode. Looking at you, Smash 4.
Some kind of companion to World of Light.
It's kind of funny when you look at Smash 4 and how much basically was ruined by the fact that they had to put it on the 3DS.
With different mechanics, maybe an epilogue of some kind, and hopefully a new batch of balance patches this game has sorely needed. A lot of really problematic stuff wasn't discovered until after patches dropped at the end of 2021. Using the opportunity to cleanse the most toxic parts of the metagame could rekindle a lot of
toxic. Robin's still gonna be low tier. I just want you to remember that. No matter what happens, Robin is still going to be low tier because he gets eaten alive by any character that can run roughly twice as fast as him.
A shakeup that also buffs several weaker characters more meaningfully than most previous
Like Captain Falcon looks at Robin like a fucking buffet.
patches did, would bring back even more fans. Oh, I know.
I also think that, like, yeah, fixing bugs is necessary because that's what they are. A lot of the problems with Steve are bugs that need to be patched out, and it'd be nice if they were, but other than that, like, majority of people losing to Steve are because they fucking suck at the game.
What you're thinking. All this talk about better graphics, extra costumes, new modes, they're just window dressing for Smash's main event.
I just think the Bronze Sword should have its own uses instead of just shitty 11 sword attacks. Let him charge any of his specials and keep it. I think he should have an Elwind float. I think that as a character that, since his better mobility is in the air, I feel that giving him more ways to move around in the air and make use of the fact that he's the only character in the game with technically aerial smash attacks, and, also improve his arguably garbage recovery, it's probably like a nice place to start. Like, if I had to give like one thing to Robin, that would be what I give him: a float that uses your Elwyn tome. But that's probably the furthest I go.
So let's stop beating around
Robin is basically designed to be a character that either excels heavily in the matchup or is eaten alive.
the bush. Could a Switch 2 version of Ultimate include new characters? Well, let's take another.
I feel it would have to. I don't think they would be able to sell a new version of Smash Ultimate if there wasn't new characters, because especially considering the characters are basically all they focused on with the marketing of Smash Ultimate, if you had a new version of Smash Ultimate come out that had no new characters, that'd be really, really bad.
Look at the two major upgrades we know of so far. What's Mario Party getting? A bunch of crazy new modes for a game already known for its side effects.
I don't think you could sell Smash on just modes alone.
Standard board games even more
Don't get me wrong. For some people, it'd probably be more than enough. I would gladly take new modes and roll back netcode. That's all I need. Also, actually turn, directional air dodge into wave dashing. That too, while you're at it.
interactive and friendship destroying.
If you add those three things, I'll be the happiest man in the world. And I'll play your game for years on end.
What's Kirby getting? A new set of levels to platform through that follow different paths than the originals, with a new otherworldly threat for the puffball to face, and undoubtedly more lore that goes way harder than it has any right to. In other words, both content packs are playing to the strengths of their respective games. It's a small sample size, but other major...
I mean, that's kind of the point.
...very well do the same.
Most games' DLC are mainly designed to stick to the strengths of the game.
Is the characters. I legitimately think a Switch 2 edition of Ultimate could bring at least a few more newcomers with it. Let's go a step further. If it is possible, who could these new characters be? I think we might be able to narrow it down. Kind of. First,
I don't think so. Especially considering we have no idea what their time frame was when choosing said newcomers.
probably looking at first-party characters to accompany the upgrade. Nintendo's own stable would be much easier to work with given the circumstances compared to guest fighters.
I mean, that's just a given.
Hashing out royalties for an upgrade patch. Next, they might want to focus on characters who've done stuff recently, focusing on the ones who missed the boat.
Again, we can't say that because we don't know when they would have chosen those characters. If they started development on a Switch 2 edition for Smash Ultimate, I imagine they started around the point where maybe some of these characters weren't even a thing yet. Bandana Waldy has been a character for a while, and I feel like he should have been here a long time ago. But I feel like if you want to get into a ballpark of when to cut off the time of characters to expect, probably like mid 2022 Maybe the only game you can get away with after that is like Pokemon. But other than that, yeah.
For Ultimate and or its DLC who weren't active at the time or who didn't even exist yet would help the roster feel less dated and appeal to people.
I'm not hating on Bandana D, but if he's included, he needs to be the first character shown. Otherwise, the hype just isn't there. Well, maybe not for you, but I feel like for a lot of people, Bandana D at any point would make them happy. He's arguably, next to Waluigi, the character that I feel should have been here a while ago and probably one of the most likely newcomers for a future game. But especially if Sakurai's not the one in complete and total charge of Smash 6, I think Bandana D's chances go up like 700%. No kidding.
Who've played those games recently. Third, we're probably best off assuming anyone who's currently an assist trophy, boss, or major stage element is out of the running.
I don't, actually, because I think if they have a model they can already go off of and just refine it a little bit and turn it into a playable character model, that saves the developers so much time. So you take Waluigi's model as an assist trophy, you touch it up a little bit, make it look a little better, add some like facial rigs so that he like animates when he's doing attacks and stuff. You've saved people so much development time off of that simple change. I think that characters that are assist trophies probably have the highest chance of getting playable slots in a Switch 2 edition of Smash Ultimate, in my opinion. Because they would objectively be the easiest characters to develop.
The Fighters Passes never touched any of those originally, so it seems to be a hard rule that we're best off expecting to stay.
Well, the thing is, there are no rules for that, at least. And I am generally not a fan of the Smash community coming up with rules that basically make no fucking sense.
True for now. Plus, simply turning off the assist version of the character when the playable version is being used wouldn't work so well for spirit battles where that assist is scripted to show up.
If Robin can beat the shit out of Chrom with Chrom, then there is no issue with the assist trophy character being on the stage at the exact same time as the playable character. The main way you do it is you just change their color. That's simple. If you're playing Waluigi, the Waluigi that shows up in the assist trophy is a different color. He's one of the unused colors for the team fight. And if there's 8 Waluigis on the screen at once, then he doesn't show up at all. You could also rework the spirit battle. That's also true.
I realize
I would also like to state that as somebody that is in game development as literally my career, this is a lot easier to change than is being led on. Like, this is so much easier to change than being led on. It's literally like a fucking line of code or 2. Like, if character is chosen, then this happens. Load this model instead. If this model has all the exact same animations as the assist trophy, then there is legitimately no problem. It is extremely simple to change.
that would screw over multiple popular requests right now, including at least one of my own, but we're best off working within these limits until we see proof of them changing. Related to that is one more piece to this puzzle. Remember those surprise spirit events that dropped out of nowhere for Ultimate's 5-year anniversary?
Yeah, those were weird.
2 Edition is happening. I bet those spirit events were handled by the same team, and might very well have been created with any potential Switch 2 Edition newcomers in mind. In other words, I would argue that anyone appearing in these is not going to become playable in the update itself.
I think that's a stretch. We've already had instances of spirits and both spirits and trophies in the past becoming playable characters at a later date. So yeah, I think that that's a little bit of a stretch and really doesn't add anything. the conversation.
Who got a spirit before that is probably still fair game. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if this group of 4 were runner-ups who they passed up on for one reason or another, like not wanting to do anything as complex yet as a multiple characters in one concept, which wouldn't be any...
I don't think that that's complicated. I think that that's more... The way that Sakurai has described it is that that's more of a system hindrance than anything else. Like, the reason why it's Pyra and Mythra and not Rex controlling Pyra and Mythra is because the strain on the console for getting 2 characters with completely unique animations running at the exact same time and working in tandem with one another was just like not very intuitive, and probably would have destroyed the system in 8-player Smash. That's why we ended up with just Aegis playable and Rex is just a taunt. I feel that with a more powerful system like the Switch 2, I even said this like yesterday in my Discord, I feel like in Smash 6 there are going to be instances of slots for characters basically being reserved to fulfill design aspects that Sakurai always wanted to do but never got a chance to for one reason or another. For example, I think that a character like Officer Howard from Astral Chain is a very likely newcomer simply because not only is this a brand new IP from Nintendo that has come out during the Switch's lifespan, but it is a character that fulfills that niche of 2 characters with completely unique animations and skeletons and everything working in tandem with one another with little to no issues. Yeah, 16 Ice Climbers was pushing it. And Ice Climbers et al. Basically got the character killed in Smash 4. I wonder if they could have gone and working on Wii U if they, had more time to optimize it. But as it stands, I feel that with the inherent strength of the Switch 2 compared to any of its predecessors, the opportunity to create characters that were never possible before is definitely there now. And I definitely see them going out of their way to make characters like that. Like, for example, I think the Chorus Kids are going to be in Smash 6. I think that something from Rhythm Heaven, I just say Chorus Kids because that was apparently the character that was originally planned. I think that's going to happen in Smash 6. We have a new Rhythm Heaven coming. We have a far more powerful system that can handle 3 characters moving in tandem with one another with similar animations. It's 100% there. It can definitely happen. I think 8 Noahs and Mios should be possible on the Switch too. Technically it'd be 16. But yes, I agree. 16, 8 of each. But it should be possible. I 100% agree that it should be possible. A lot of these design aspects should be possible. And that's something that should be looked into more when talking about newcomers for Smash 6. Look for things that Sakurai has wanted to do for like over almost 2 decades now, and he's never had a chance to do it. This is absolutely the point where it can happen.
For fans, Noah and Mio are high up on my list too, guys, but they might still have a shot a little later. With all of that in mind, here's a potential batch of 6 characters I could see.
I also do not think that if Smash Ultimate got a Switch 2 edition, that there would be any fucking DLC for that game. I don't think they would be allowed to get away with it. You maybe a couple of patch notes if something just doesn't work properly, but like actual straight up DLC characters for a Switch 2 edition, I don't see it happening.
Accompanying a Switch 2 edition upgrade. Drum roll, please. Bandana D, Octoling with a Splatoon 3 inspired moveset, Ravenbeak, Meowscarada, its Prevo got an anniversary spirit, but a few playable mons had other members of their lines do that in the base game, Ring Fit Trainee, repping a new series, and, oh boy, Aleer, who was suspiciously absent from the anniversary events. These 6 cover a wide range of...
I mean, these are all fairly safe choices for Smash 6 in general. Like, I am more than certain that at least 3 to 4 of these characters are going to be playable in the next Smash. Like, I think it's these are like the safest of the safest, the safest of the safe choices you could possibly make. And I know that not a lot of people like Alear, and to be completely honest with you, I think their design is all over the fucking place. But the concept of a character, somewhat of a summoner swordsman, sounds very fun. That's all I really need from a lot of these characters. I need characters that are fun to play and look really cool doing the things they do. Because objectively speaking, not a lot of characters in Smash Ultimate did that for me. Yeah, I agree. I don't really like Alear, but Alear's potential is insane. To be completely honest, the only two characters that I wholeheartedly actually like as characters are Meowscarada and Ravenbeak. Ring Fit Trainee, I would much rather see Drago. I've already explained why I would rather see Drago. Bandana D is kind of whatever for me. If he's there, awesome. If he's not there, I kind of don't really notice. And the Octolings, okay. I'm expecting Splatoon to get another character in some form in the future. Whether it's, a semi-clone or a flat out completely brand new character, or even, just like a costume of some sort. 100% do I believe that Splatoon's getting something in Smash 6. But I think all of these are like the safest choices you can possibly, some of the safest choices you can possibly make. It's kind of funny when you think about it, but I'd argue that next to maybe like Brawl, Smash 6 has probably the most clear-cut, safe choices you can possibly make for a Smash game. They don't have the star power of a lot of Brawl's newcomers, but they definitely have more moveset potential, at least in my opinion. I feel like you could do a lot more with a character like Ravenbeak or Noah and Mio than you could with King Dedede.
Art styles, fighting styles, and represented genres. At least one or two would appeal to almost everyone and persuade them into getting the upgrade. But would that really be it? What if they still weren't done?
I think that would be it. I also do think they would put in a third-party character in order to entice people. While I'm more concerned about like 90% of them would probably be third parties, I think that adding in a first party, adding in a third party character would be like the thing that is the biggest enticement to people. And in my opinion, that character is Crash Bandicoot. You could like substitute out like any of those 6 characters with like Crash, and I think that would probably be far more realistic. Like, I think Crash is probably like the safest third party choice for the next Smash that you could probably make. And I know that there are going to be some people that question that because of the fact that like Toys for Bob is no longer with Microsoft. They apparently canceled some projects involving Crash and Spyro, to which I say, anyone who was a Mega Man fan in 2013 will tell you that shit does not matter at all. Your character can be on the brink of death. You can think that the company in charge of the character wants nothing to do with them, but they'll get into the game. All the more reason why is I continue to say that Mega Man's inclusion in Smash 4 is probably the most important third-party choice they could have possibly made at the time. I'm very curious if they would add an FF7 character for Rebirth promotion. I take literally anyone. I feel like it would have to be Tifa. Like Tifa, a DLC character in Tifa, you could have like Barrett be Barret or Aerith be assist trophies. Aerith, you know, heals you. Barret gives you cover fire with his chain gun. But I feel like if FF7 got another playable character, it would have to be Tifa because of just how popular she is. Because as Spike Spiegel once said in the fan dub, I love a woman that can fucking kill me.
What if they did want to hold off on starting Smash 6 until Sakurai was done with Air Riders and wanted something more to hold fans over that was still something a new secondary team could handle? What if they did a third round of DLC? If that happened,
No.
this would be off, since the newcomers for that wouldn't be finalized.
I don't think they would be able to get away with it. I really don't think they would be able to get away with it.
Till long after the first batch and anniversary.
Especially since they could just take the time and money, the development time and the money they would take to make the DLC pass and just put it into making more characters for the eventual Smash 6. Yeah, the Switch 2 edition is basically Fighters Pass 3. That's basically what it should be. You get like 5 to 6 new characters, or if they wanted to up the ante, 7, because, you know, Fighters Pass 1 was 5, then it was 6, now it's 7. Regardless, I do not think that it would be a good use of money and resources to put another wave of DLC into what is essentially just another wave of DLC.
Events were finalized, everyone in those events would be fair game again. Hint, hint, there's how Noah and or Mio could still make it.
Or both.
Reopen the door for third-party newcomers, though maybe more restrained than the sky-high expectations some fans have set. This would likely be on a tighter budget. If you squint a little, you just...
Again, I do not think the budget... I do not think that the budget should even go to it. Would you rather see, like really think about it, would you rather see a new character, new set of characters in Smash Ultimate, or a new set of characters in a completely new Smash game? I feel that unless you are literally a diehard Ultimate player, you're almost certainly going to say more characters in Smash 6. And I don't understand how you could even be a diehard fan of Smash Ultimate, to be honest with you. But I think that it's just objectively a waste of money to give more... You put in 5 to 6 characters in a Switch 2 edition for Smash Ultimate, and then whatever money you wanted to give as DLC, you just put it into the next game. You shouldn't be putting more money into the DLC than the game that could come after it that could be even bigger and better. That's my thought process on the matter.
Just might see how the timing and character count could work out. 89 playable characters right now. A Switch 2 edition drops around the end of this year. That adds 6 more for 95 total. Then Fighters Pass Volume 3 runs through 2026 and adds 5 more for a final total of 100 playable characters.
No.
Milestone that attracts a lot of attention, and then Smash 6 can be ready at the end of 2028 as a soft reboot that does something.
Like, to be honest, it is the spectacle of that is, objectively speaking, the best outcome. But this is clearly coming from a mind that is not very familiar with budgeting and what goes into making these games happen, man hours, all the people that need to be paid properly, all the sleepless nights that a team that's probably going to be like a third or a quarter the size of a regular Smash game. Like, I do not see a full Smash development team being on a DLC expansion pass. Like, I think that there is a lot of things lost from just not understanding what goes into making these games the way they are. And that's not just a Dalston problem. I think that's a problem with a lot of people in the Smash community. There is that there's that wonder that it would be amazing, and it would be. It would be. I think that it would be incredible if you had a Smash Ultimate Switch 2 edition that had 6 newcomers, and then you get more newcomers through DLC, and then you get another Smash after that on the same console that has all the content from those games plus more. That sounds amazing. But it's so fucking unrealistic. Like, extremely unrealistic. Like, I know that Nintendo more than likely understands that Smash is one of their biggest franchises, and that they have to be very careful with it, and they need to give it as much time and money as they should give it in order to make it the best product possible. At least I fucking hope so. Especially, you know, after the rampant success of Smash Ultimate, I feel that it's more apparent now than it was back then. You should not put that amount of money into something that is destined to be surpassed on the same console. There's a reason why so many people were fucking livid with the fact that Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 came out in the same year as fucking vanilla Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I just think that there needs to be more consideration on the fact that while it's definitely clear that Nintendo's going to give these games bigger budgets because with an advance in hardware, that means more time and money needs to be put into making these games look better. They're not literally made of money. They cannot afford to do all of that. The money has to be put towards other projects. Smash is not the only game they're working on, and the only game where they can elude manpower and time and money to. That's simply just not realistic.
The new and big like Mario Kart is doing, giving fans a reason to play.
It's honestly also why I think Mario Kart was chosen for that booster course pass, because Mario Kart at its core is so much easier to develop for than a lot of these games are. Whether or not they copied a lot of tracks over from World Tour, the core of Mario Kart really doesn't change with the booster course pass going into from Deluxe to the booster course pass. You would have to add so much more to Smash Ultimate in order to make it feel substantial. You would have to a lot of characters would probably change in some way, shape, or form, probably from balance changes. And you have all these new characters that come in and have their intention to completely shift the way that the meta works and that how every character interacts with the game and the new characters around them. You have to understand, you are essentially adding 6 new combatants for every single character already in the game. 6 new potential matchups for every single character in the game. It has already been proven with a lot of fighting games nowadays that a single character is enough to completely destroy the meta for some games. Not only in how the one character interacts with all the characters around them, but in turn, you give maybe the character isn't the greatest, but they're a counterpick for the top tier characters, which in turn completely shifts the way the meta works. That's one character, and you're adding 6. There's so much that goes into fighting games at the below the surface level that simply you can't just add new modes, add new characters, and just say, fuck it, that's it. All the more reason why I think that we're never going to see a Switch 2 edition of Smash Ultimate, or any Smash game.
That despite a much smaller roster. Is this a reach? Probably.
Yeah, it is.
You could kind of see it, right?
I can see the appeal of it. but I physically see, can I see it? No, because it would legitimately make no sense from a business standpoint.
That's the if, how, what, and why of a potential Switch 2 edition of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. The makeup of Studio 2/S and a yet unaccounted for project they were hiring for means something Smash related might well be in the works over there, with Sakurai supervising or passing the torch to someone else. Nintendo's updated a couple other games recently that were thought dead, and fighting games as a whole
But they are much easier to develop.
are no stranger to content expansions.
They are no stranger to content expansions, but so much more time is necessary to make the expansions work for a fighting game than I'd argue almost any other genre in existence. Maybe an FPS, because you balance a gun the wrong way and an FPS can be completely and totally destroyed. But you balancing a racing game and adding new content to a racing game is objectively so much simpler than adding content and revising content to a fighting game.
A big update to Ultimate to hold fans over until the actual Smash 6
Or a platformer if we're going to consider the DLC expansion for Kirby.
wouldn't be that unusual. And while it could just be a minor update or a new mode or two, the biggest Switch 2 edition upgrades we've seen so far play to the strengths of their games. And for Smash, that would probably mean more new characters. Overall, I have mixed feelings about this. On one hand, it'd mean more Smash to play and more to talk about, which is kind of the lifeblood of my channel, even if
Well, to be honest, just play what you have and maybe branch out and try other platform fighters that are doing well. Rivals 2 exists, and while I have some serious issues with Rivals 2 as a game and the way they're handling its longevity, it is objectively a more satisfying game to play than Ultimate is.
I delve into other topics. On the other, it'd mean kicking the reboot can a few steps further down the road. Like I said a while back, I think Smash will have to start fresh at some point.
I do not think so. Fighting games have shown in the past that reboots almost always end in bitter fucking failure. Always. If you need an example, Street Fighter is right there. Street Fighter 3 was supposed to be a reboot. Completely brand new characters, new everything, and people fucking hated it. People hated it. They added back, so they had to add back in Ryu and Ken. It wasn't enough. That's why slowly over the course of the Street Fighter 3 games, they added more and more classic characters. Like Chun-Li and Akuma. And while Third Strike is renowned for being one of the best, if not the best, Street Fighter ever made, it's not because of the reboot status, and it's mainly because of the mechanics. So if your Smash reboot don't got the mechanics to carry the series for people that want to play it, then you're kind of fucked. And considering the difference in mentality between people that play Street Fighter and people that play Smash Brothers, removing characters from Smash Brothers is going to do nobody any favors. Because so many people that play this, especially casual players, the characters are the lifeblood of Smash. That's why that's why the Ultimate Smash game, the game called Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, is all about all the characters together in one place. That's what it means. That's what it means for the Smash series to be ultimate. If you take that away, you're left with Marvel Infinite. And while Marvel Infinite is a fun game, I don't think there are many people out there they would sacrifice the roster of Marvel 3 for the gameplay of Marvel Infinite.
Because you can't keep building atop the same game forever without it getting both stale and impossible to structurally maintain.
That's not entirely true.
They'll need to scale things down and go in a different direction eventually, and the longer they wait, the more painful ripping off that bandage will be.
I don't think so. I really do not think that that's nearly as much of a problem as he's letting on.
How do you feel about this, though?
I feel that it'll never happen, and that while it'd be a nice thing to hold people off until the next Smash game, the idea of essentially a DLC expansion for Smash Ultimate, releasing, then getting another DLC expansion, and then another Smash Brothers coming out on the same console is non-existent. The chances of that happening are zero. They're zilch. I think that the time for a Switch 2 version of Smash Ultimate basically came and went with the announcement of the Switch 2. It makes so much sense for this to have been a thing that the company used to push sales of their console. It could have been the Melee of the Switch 2. But we don't have it. I would argue it would have been a bigger focus for a Switch 2 edition than a game like Kirby. I don't know about Zelda, but I definitely feel like the Switch 2 edition for Smash would have been chosen over something like Kirby. I don't know if you can hear that truck outside, but the idea of a Switch 2 Smash Ultimate is, I believe, a non-existent. It's never going to happen. And honestly, I think that's for the best. I think I would much rather see them put more time, effort, and money into a new Smash game that can fix a lot of the inherent issues that Smash Ultimate and a lot of the Smash games before it had, because I feel like Smash has never had a chance to look back on itself and fix the problems that it built for itself past Melee ever. Except maybe removing tripping in Smash 4, because that's like, you would have to be beyond under a rock to look at that and to look at tripping and say that's okay. To be honest, I don't even understand how the hell that ever got past Q&A. But I guess that goes to show that Brawl didn't really have any Q&A.
Do you believe a Switch 2 edition of Ultimate is in the cards? Or do you think the actual Smash 6 is closer, or further away, than it seems?
I think that Smash 6 will launch in early to mid 2027 and will be announced around June of 2026. And then we will have around a year's time in between Smash 6 being announced and Smash 6 releasing. That is my personal feelings on the topic. I think that they're going to wait until Kirby Air Riders is completely out and any DLC add-ons they add to it are done until they actually announce something for Smash 6. I mean, you're not wrong by, hey, how much Smash is who's in the game rather than how do the who's feel to play. Personally, I agree. I'm at the point now where it's like, I care more about how the characters play than who's actually getting in. Like, if you're going to add a character that's like got a long history to them, just make them fun and give them things to do. Because the biggest issue with Ultimate's design, in my opinion, is the fact that the homogenization of the stats for stuff like jump squatting and like canceling and all sorts of stuff like that, things generally feeling faster, made so many characters basically just like meld together into one amalgamation of what's the word? I'm just gonna say mid, as the kids say. One giant amalgamation of mid. I think that since the systems of Ultimate are so homogenized, that a lot of characters are not allowed to actually feel expressive and unique, and that there needs to be more in the game that allows for the characters to feel like individual characters rather than caricatures. Because that's kind of my biggest issue with Ultimate. A lot of these characters don't feel like characters, they feel like caricatures. And I honestly do not think it would be that difficult to change. At most, some characters get like 1 or 2 new tools and some number changes. The game gets faster, and you give characters more ways of moving around the screen because, much like Doom, I'd argue that Smash's biggest influence in this sphere and platform fighting as a whole, its biggest piece of identity is its movement. The way that you move, the way that you interact with screen space is so alien compared to basically any other fighting game that isn't built to be like it. Traditional fighting games, don't get me wrong, there are some traditional fighting games that are really freaking fast. Like the classic Guilty Gear games, the Versus series, those games are insanely fast. But I don't think that there's ever been a traditional fighting game that's ever been nearly as fast as Melee. Or at least doesn't feel like it. Probably has been. And I think that games like the Versus series do a good job of expanding the screen space by giving characters stuff like air dashes and floats and air combos, and adds a lot more verticality to what is usually a genre that's very focused on horizontal. But I think that the Smash series needs to look at the things from each game, every game in the series. They need to look back at the things that worked and build upon them, while understanding where things went wrong with these games and not making the same mistakes. That's how I personally feel that Smash 6 should go about developing its gameplay. Because I've seen arguments about casuals and how casuals wouldn't be able to handle stuff like this, to which I retort that casuals played Melee for 7 fucking years. When there was no other Smash game, people got together, 4 people got together on one GameCube, they turned on all the items, they went to the stupidest random ass stages that Melee produced, and they just freaking beat the shit out of each other, and they had fun while doing it. They didn't care if they didn't know how to wave dash or any sort of cancellation or any of the special systems of Melee. They just played the game and they had a shit ton of fun doing it. And you want to know how I know that? Because I'm literally describing myself. Yeah, they don't need to understand advanced tech to play the game. There needs to be enough for the casuals to get invested, but you need enough for the people that want to put in more time to your game to stay playing. And that is Ultimate's biggest problem. The skill ceiling in Smash Ultimate for a majority of characters is obscenely low. I'm not saying that you can pick up and play any character in the game. Well, arguably you could at like a very, very low level. But a majority of characters just don't have as much to do as characters in older Smash games. It's amazing how losing even something as simple as perfect pivoting changes characters so much. Like, I'd argue that perfect pivoting was a very, very like niche thing. It didn't do very much for a lot of characters. But now that it's gone, yeah, I can feel it. Yeah, some characters just feel like something is fucking gone. And that's kind of my problem with modern Smash. I feel like something is gone. When Donkey Kong lost his combo game, something is gone. When Link lost Claw Shot, something is gone. When Samus lost her ability to use her grapple beam in combos, yeah, something's gone. And you know what? As stupid as it was, I loved it when Kirby could just grab somebody at the ledge, back throw, and take both himself and his opponent to their death. I think that was fucking hilarious. Honestly, should never have been removed. But all this just amplifies that I don't want Smash Ultimate Switch 2 Edition. I don't think there will be a Smash Ultimate Switch 2 Edition. And I definitely don't believe that Nintendo would allocate the profits away from a potentially new Smash to make a DLC, essentially a new wave of DLC, then make another new wave of DLC, and then just make a new Smash. I feel like all the money they would have spent on the Switch 2 edition, they would have just thrown it at the actual Smash 6. Because business-wise, that's what makes sense. Why waste the money on something like this? Just put it towards the new product and make it better. I mean, Link didn't need to ditch the hookshot. No, he didn't, because Link should have never just been Breath of the Wild Link. He should have been a composite of every Link to begin with. He could have had abilities from Breath of the Wild and classic Zelda games and, have a proper classic Zelda look and still be just as better, if not better, just as good, if not better, than what he is now. It was inevitable that Link in Smash Ultimate was going to get some form of representation from Breath of the Wild because of how massive that game was. But the fact that they focused on Breath of the Wild for Link, I think, hurt him in the long run. Because I'm not gonna lie, I've said it before, I'll say again, that claw shot being gone, that hurt him bad. Like, that hurt his overall design fucking bad. Because you feel that claw shot's gone. Not being able to Z-air with Link fucking sucks. Bad. I think Zelda and Ganondorf should also be composite characters too. I agree. I think you could easily have Ganondorf focus on the gameplay style of Tears of the Kingdom in his boss fight, but also implement references and abilities from previous Ganondorf fights, like the Dead Man's Volley and the Flame Choke and stuff along those lines. You can even include sword moves he uses in Twilight Princess. You can have a Ganondorf that's mostly like this, but represents every aspect of him beforehand. No, he really shouldn't. That's going against everything that the Zelda series is. Every Link is their own character. That should not be tapped. They should not be tapping into each other. Well, I don't know if you know this, but this is Super Smash Brothers. So this is a Wendy's. In a game like this, you're representing every aspect of your series. And if you're going to do that, you need a character that can represent every aspect of the series through their tools. I wholeheartedly stand by the fact that Link should be composite Link. He should have tools from every single Zelda. Can Ganondorf have his float? And not just as part of his up special either. Hang on a second. I can go on for hours about why Link is missing his fucking potential, and that making him Breath of the Wild Link exclusively was a fucking terrible idea. Especially considering the fact that I agree the character should represent the entirety of their series, but not the Zelda cast. It fundamentally goes against the lore. Lore has no place in crossover games. I feel like that needs to be said. The moment you shift your media, your lore means jack shit. Except for, what you're bringing to the table. So I want a green tunic Link that uses tools from classic Zelda games, the classic 3D Zeldas, 2D Zeldas, Breath of the Wild, Here's the Kingdom. Just add it all. Also, yeah, Smash lore is kids playing with toys. You're gonna tell me that little Timmy didn't come up with an ability to make Link use all the abilities? He's Super Link. He uses all the abilities. He uses all the abilities from all the games. Because my Link is the best Link ever. Fuck, I wish that the development team would just revert back to that way of thinking. That's why they made Fox and Falcon so well.
Would a big update to Ultimate be your first choice for Smash's next path? What would you do if it was your call? Just keep it civil in the comments, alright?
I don't think...
Special thanks to the...
I really don't think that people should be putting stock into a Switch 2 edition of Smash Ultimate. I think that they should look back at the mistakes of the games that came before it and build upon it to essentially make, while Ultimate's the greatest hits of the games that came before it, you move past that, and now you're making the best playing Smash game that there ever was. I want a game that passes fucking Melee. I really do. I don't want Melee. I want better than Melee. Because as far as I'm concerned, they've never done it. They've never done it. And they can do it. There are very clear things in Melee and the systems that they built that can be improved upon for a future Smash game, but they never did. Melee is objectively the best Smash game in terms of its gameplay. I don't think that a lot of people would argue that. While a lot of the Smash games that came after it did aspects better than Melee, the gameplay is arguably the most important aspect of a fighting game. And that's why things like Project M are such a massive deal, because it's basically taking all the best aspects of Brawl and putting it into a better gameplay state. As for the video itself, it's harmless. It's mostly just like clickbait, whatever. Like it's pretty standard Nintendo channel stuff, which is like, it's like a 5 out of 10. Like it really doesn't do very much for me, and it's basically harmless. But I definitely want to do more video. I want to do videos myself talking about the potential of Smash 6 and what you could see, what they should improve on, what I want to see out of it. And I guarantee you that that's going to be met with backlash, because what I want to see out of Smash is most certainly not what 90% of the Smash community wants or is focused on, which is the characters. I want the gameplay to be better. I want the modes to be better. I want the online to actually work. I want there to be a good online. I want there to be a good lobby system for Smash 6. And yeah, that's basically it. I think I'm going to call it here. I can feel myself losing my voice as I've been streaming for about 4.5 hours and have been talking for a majority of it. Bring back For Fun and For Glory. You know what? I agree. For Fun and For Glory were fundamentally flawed, but you can definitely build upon that to make something better, and they didn't even try. There's a lot of aspects about Smash that people really don't give enough attention, and also assistance is misspelled 3 times. There's a lot of stuff in Smash that doesn't get the proper attention it deserves, and yeah, I want to focus on that, even if it does end up making people upset, because frankly, I'm fine with being the hot takes guy. If it means just sharing what I think is important to this game and this series that I clearly love very much. Anyways, I'll see you later. Challenger content number 73 is Bandana D. He's coming before the end of the month. The other 2 characters you see on the thumbnail are basically the characters that are coming after him. And yeah. Bandana D, more like Bandana Re. Like, rethink your lifestyle. I don't know.